What's going on, people? Sorry I'm late. I'm going to try to stream for 2 hours today. I'm going to try to limit it to that. A couple new things. Subscribers can only comment, so you have to subscribe to be able to comment. As always, we're going to have some fun. I have some things to talk about. Firstly, this is about to be the anniversary of the June 25th protest. I want to give condolences to everybody that was out there. And, everyone's, the protest people are putting themselves at risk. I want to appreciate everyone that's out there and hopefully everyone stays safe. With that being said, I want to talk about today. Hold on, let me, here we go. Boom. Okay. Yeah. I want to talk about today, and we'll be reacting to I think the most important podcast that's on the continent of Africa. And for anybody thinking about doing anything other than just vacationing or traveling to Africa in general, but also Kenya, you should be watching everything that they put out there. And today we're going to be reacting to Kenganda's interview with Traverse Culture. And the title is My Company Grew 300% After Moving to Kenya, which I was really excited about because a lot of content from Americans right now is about traveling, partying, the nightlife, and all that kind of stuff. And obviously, I think I'm bringing something a little bit different to the table. And I wanted to see Traverse Culture's perspective on actually doing business. And it's not a real estate business, so that's another interesting thing that I want to really get into. Can you build a life? And that's why the thumbnail looks the way that it is, because I'm Akon said way back in the day, and I don't know, but he said, whatever you do in America, you could do it 10 times bigger in Africa in general. And I think if you're able to take your skill set and bring it to the continent, but you gotta learn how things work. You could really, if you do the proper steps, you can really be successful. And that's what I've been passionate about lately, is taking my skill set and seeing what I can do out there. It's much more fulfilling, fun. Just it's just, I don't know, it just feels right for me personally. And the purpose of this is to open people's minds to the opportunities and potential, because I've been there, even back in high school, working 3 jobs, a dollar store, I was doing a dishwasher, I was working at a supermarket. And I think something that benefited me was the exposure to a lot of things like real estate early. So I was able to plan for real estate and investing and things like that, because I knew that they existed and they were obtainable. And
Travis Johnson.
Oh my goodness. A lot of people stop calling me. Anyway, so exposing people to opportunities is probably what mostly this channel is about, is trying to expose people, mostly to the real estate, but the lifestyle and the type of way that you could live somewhere else. And then, it sounds even more far-fetched when you're thinking about, can I build a life out somewhere different from where I'm from, or can I build a business, and how would I be able to do that? But I would, people that visit Kenya or other countries, look for opportunities, look for things that about, and you have experience with, that maybe you can improve certain things or bring something new to the table. And that's what we want to talk about today. Let's check the comments. Plausible things. Hey, Ryan, good evening from Lusaka, Zambia. What's up? What you doing in Zambia? What's going on over there? Freedom, Mambo, Ryan, Poa. So let's get into the video. I'm going to try to stay under 2 hours, but obviously I appreciate your guys' engagement. Let's have a conversation. It's always like a two-way thing. It's almost like a podcast with the chat with all you guys in there, and we're always talking about all these different topics. So I can't say enough how important the Repat podcast from Kenganda is. If you're like serious about Africa in any sense, you should be watching like almost every video. I get excited every time they come out with an episode because O'Shea is from the States, but he's been in Uganda for a really long time and is building a business. And it keeps it real with some of the challenges and the cultural connections and disconnected times and how we go about things differently. And I think it really, for me, I feel like I get to a good understanding and perspectives from both sides, which speaks to when you're looking for opportunities, you can't just bring an American business to Kenya, but you have to adapt it to the country. And this is something that I'm slowly researching and looking at. And I'm, when I'm out there, which I'm super excited to be out there in July, and I'll be out there 88 days. And then I'm coming back again, probably in January for my birthday. And I'll probably be either 3 or 6 months out there as well. So I'm really leaning in because that's why I'm super excited to react to this video today, because I'm hoping to bring my skill set and be able to do some positive things in Kenya. So without further ado, Boots on the Ground, what's going on? How are you? I wonder if Discount Hub is a subscriber. So if you're not subscribed, they don't let you chat no more. So you got to at least subscribe. And since we're talking about that, like the video, share the video. It's better if you just send it to one person that may be interested in this type of thing. Whereas, you've had conversations. Plausible Things, Kenyan, but I work in insurance in Zambia, basically expanding Kenyan companies to the southern and central African region. Lusaka is awesome. You should visit sometime. Interesting. So I know Austin was out there. He said it was kind of boring, man. So, what's going on? But yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. Kenya's expanding internationally on their businesses, which is really interesting as well. That's pretty cool. But yeah, I won't be traveling outside of Kenya on this trip, but the next one in January, or basically I'm going to be gone for the winter. I want to go to Ethiopia and maybe Tanzania. I don't know. And South Africa's kind of on the, I don't know. We'll see. But let's get into the video. Let's see what's going on here. I previewed it, but I didn't watch it. So we're reacting in real time here.
Locating is a luxury. Why is that? One, when you're relocating into Kenya, it's an upgrade. You're not going backwards. This is an upgrade from where you're coming from.
Okay.
Why am I saying that? The cost of living, you're going to pay a fraction of the price.
Yes.
Your health care is going to be better. Education for your kids, diverse and better curriculum. Safety, the quality.
That's something on the trip. I'm going to have to add that to our content agenda, is education. That's an important thing that people need to know about, and I don't really know. And it's something that I want to learn more about.
Quality of life, peace, joy, and integrative family connected with your roots. That's an upgrade.
What's going on with my internet here? Oh no. No. Let's at least.
What's good, Kenganda? This is your boy O'Shea Jackson back.
O'Shea's doing these in 4K. Okay, O'Shea. See, you got 4K video podcast he's in Nairobi here, so.
With another episode of the Repat Podcast. I'm currently in the great city of Nairobi, Kenya, and we have one of the Repat OGs with us who's going to talk about her experience relocating, and that is
Kia Wakesho Simmons.
Kia.
Yes.
It's been a long time.
Yes.
I've never met you before physically.
Right. Yes.
You're still very beautiful in person.
Thank you.
Like the Instagram, but
what
reverse culture.
Yes.
You changed your name, but I was like, but I've interviewed you before.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And what you had? Another
Worldviews, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So at that particular time, you were offering. I think you were the ones that brought Phil to Kenya the first time, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you were offering Senegal.
Yeah. Jamaica, Kenya, our Gullah Geechee tours in South Carolina. We did. We were looking at South Africa. A few places. Yes.
Okay. What drew you to the country? Because you do some interesting things here.
Yeah.
Doing way more stuff than I'm doing in Uganda. But tell me about what drew you here to Nairobi.
Yeah. Oh, to Nairobi
or Kenya in general.
To Kenya. Yeah. So I get asked that all the time, and essentially, my coworker who I was working with in Afghanistan, in 2011,
military freedom. You think I like South Africa? I don't know. What's like the best thing about South Africa?
Met my first Kenyan, and he was telling me about how great Kenya was, and I was like, man, I gotta go one day. And anyway, bought the ticket and ended up coming to Kenya, landed at Moi, and was like, what? We have been lied.
Hey, Tatiana, how are you? Welcome. Well, Florida, is it hot over there now?
To bamboozled and hoodwink. This place is awesome. And then once I started engaging with Kenyans, I was like, these people are awesome. And so anyway, that's really what made me fall in love with Kenya, is the people. I always say that every time, the people.
See, South Africa, the U.S. is modern. I'm not okay. I mean, you need some level of modernness. That's why I like Nairobi, but I'm definitely not, like Austin says it too. I'm not there for the roads and the architecture, really, and that speaks to what Kia's saying here is the people. I think life is about people. I think Kevin Samuel said that life is about people. It always sticks out to me, because when everything's said and done, all you got left is the impact that you had with people and how you impacted everybody and how you make people feel and how they make you feel. And I think Kenya is super warm, welcoming, and it's just you know what? Okay. Yesterday I was out and I have a friend that was performing at it's called the Melanin Market. It was like a little festival outside. It has a whole bunch of black vendors and stuff like that. And I go out, and it's like at a park, and I go out there, and every group of people is just talking to themselves. And it was like real awkward. I'm looking around. I'm not getting real good vibes about just everyone's in their own silo, even though they're outside. I'm like, what's the point of us all being out here when no one even engages with anybody other than their own group? It's just awkward. Even people came and sit at our bench and we didn't really speak to each other. And of course I could say something, right? I could say, hey, how you doing? But the vibes are just not there. It's not welcoming. If we're in Kenya, I'm talking to everybody, and it's such you don't feel like you'd be bothering someone if you speak to them. And I know that seems like a small thing, but when you're out somewhere and you feel like people are approachable and, they'll speak to you. I think that's really just a big thing. I feel like it sounds small, but it's really big. Is it too late to say Happy Juneteenth? Happy Juneteenth. I was just wondering is that something that we say, Happy Juneteenth? We haven't figured out how to celebrate other than the cookout, which I think is the best way to celebrate, by the way. But that's what I'm saying. You're outside, for example, in Nairobi, they have the Gong race course and they have the different events there. Oh man, it's the best time of my life. I meet so many people, and not just women though. It's guys and girls. I meet everybody, have cool conversations. I learn stuff. I'm meeting a lot of people that, are in different fields and business. I usually get their information, and then I'll, even when I'm here, I could check in with people and talk to them. And it's just this way better, different experience than if you go out somewhere in the US most of the time.
You are the first African American that I have even saw talk, like, before anybody, now it's getting
This
popular.
is true. Yes.
We're gonna go ahead and give you flowers.
Thank you.
And that's it. I'm a little worried about it, how popular Kenyan's gotten, because I feel like, what's the intention of? This is kind of hypocritical of me, and I don't, I just hope people bring the right attitudes if they're gonna come, because I feel like the content is driving people that just want to party and do whatever, and I'm not feeling that too much. And hopefully, so the reason why I'm worried about that is I want to put it into people's minds that don't just come to Kenya and look for a fun time, which is fine, right? But like, learn something. Is there opportunity? Is there something that you could bring to the table? Because some of these people ain't doing that good in the States. Maybe if you come out, you might be able to do better. And that's what I'm curious what she has to say as far as how she developed a business. Because I know she employs a lot of Kenyan people in her staff, and she has a pretty sophisticated business that I think I probably couldn't even operate. So I'm super curious, like the hard stuff, like the getting your business legal and all that, work permits and all that, but also being a business owner and managing people in Kenya. And I think that's an interesting concept. Kenya and Africa at large is very much underrated. I agree. That's why I don't want to just talk about the partying. I want to talk about, like, what can we build? What can we do? And not just, and I always have to be careful because of the conversations we've been having. We're not just trying to build just for us, right? We're trying to build and be part of the community. Davey Karras, freedom. Modernity isn't everything. U.S. is far more developed and modern than any country in the world, and yet he's choosing Kenya. Yeah, I think okay, so if I was from somewhere that wasn't as developed with, like, technology and buildings and the sewer system and the roads, I would be impressed by a place that was. So I totally get it. I think it's really interesting. We're coming for a reason, right? And I think it has to do with it's corny. I don't want to sound, I'm really not like this, guys, but like, reasons of the heart. Like, you want to feel fulfilled. You want to be in culture where things are organized in a certain way. Like in the US, there's no, there is a culture, but it's about money. Like, it's empty, I feel like. And so when these are underlying things that you feel when you come, I feel like, to Kenya, just for example, you could talk to people. It's like not a bad thing, but in the US, you're inconveniencing people or feel like you're bothering them. Plus, you have no idea, because when I'm out somewhere, I'm like, I'm looking around like, who looks like they're going to start trouble? There are more Black Americans visiting the DR than the whole African continent. Yeah, let them stay in the DR, to be honest, though. I don't know if you want them. I get it. I went to uni in Europe and was homesick the whole time, but I still have questions about why Kenya, which I'll ask later. Yeah, maybe I don't know if I'll drop the link later when I get through the video, depending on time. See if we have a little conversation if you're still hanging out, because maybe you ask me the questions and I'll try to answer them. That might be cool.
You were the first that I saw.
Thank you.
Right? I think you were even in Kenya, or at least promoting Kenya, before I came to Uganda in 2017.
Yeah.
So I think you even preceded me in that.
In 2011. Yes.
Okay. So you were
Thank you, kid.
coming, doing tour. What was your first tour?
2018.
2018 was your first tour to Kenya.
Correct.
Okay. And how did that go?
She was doing tours.
Amazing. We had an amazing time, and we did 2019. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Correction. We started.
Let me reiterate. This is the best podcast if you want to learn about Africa from an American's point of view. Kenganda Repat Podcast.
In 2018.
Mm-hmm.
But the first big tour was 2019 with Phil Scott of African Diaspora News Channel.
Mm-hmm.
And we loved it. It was perfect. It went absolutely great. And it just took off from there.
Yeah, I saw him on several, I don't know if it was that trip or the before, but he was on several TV shows and things like that.
Exactly. So they've been here twice with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
What?
So you were in the United States and kind of doing, which is what I've also done, like leaving, coming back and leaving.
Yep.
And coming back.
Yeah.
And so
So I relate to that because that's the phase that I'm in. I'm in the leave and come back phase, planning to stay longer and longer and longer. Again, I haven't mapped out probably 6 months from January to June, and I'll be July to October.
How was that process? Because we see so many people. I know you're bringing a lot of people over here now.
Yeah.
And they're just wanting to make the move. But some of us older folk in East Africa, I've had to leave and come back over 20 times, something like that.
Yep.
How is that so important?
I don't want to do 20 times.
Your foot on the ground.
Yeah.
Versus just trying to stay.
That's a good question. Because typically, well, to be quite honest, first you have to be financially stable.
Preach.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that's the other thing. A lot of these folks, Caesar Blue, what's going on? A lot of these folks are coming with not a lot of money because they think it's real cheap, which can tell me saying cheap sounds bad, so say affordable. But it's not that cheap. I mean, it can be, but if you want to live your U.S. lifestyle, is not.
To move here permanently.
Preach.
And so it takes time.
Okay.
And you have to make sure that you have your house on in the States, especially moving from the States. And, we're kind of that. No, we are a debt-driven country. So typically most of us are in debt.
Yeah.
And we can't afford to just pick up and move and be able to sustain ourselves here where everything revolves around cash.
Okay. For me, in my life cycle, that's really attractive because, again, I'm in real estate. You make a lot of money by borrowing a lot of money. But it can become a trap. And if things go bad when you have a lot of debt, you could lose everything and have to go back to day one. That's why I like investing in Kenya on the real estate side, because it is cash based. It forces you to have cash, which kind of forces you to save money. Now, if you get into economics and all that kind of stuff, debt is actually how you grow faster or whatever. But as a person, especially I'm 37, I'm kind of like, I run businesses and stuff, so it don't make sense for me to say I'm semi-retired, but I feel like I'm semi-retired. So I think it's a good thing to create this discipline of cash and not taking out debt. But if you're in debt in the States and you don't manage your affairs, how the heck are you going to get to the continent?
Only.
And if you mismanage your finances in the U.S., you're going to mismanage them in Kenya. And the thing is, ain't nobody going to help you out here or in Kenya.
You only pay for what you can afford. Okay. So for me, because I am a mom, shout out to my son.
Okay.
And I'm super close to my family, and I just had some other stuff going on. I couldn't just pick up and just move, but I also needed to integrate myself over time. Yeah. Build me a trustworthy team. I don't think that you could be successful in any business that you're doing over here without a team, because they are your guardrails. And we don't speak.
I think that's the thing that I want to hear about the most here. So hopefully we'll be able to learn how you build a team in Kenya, because I have connects, and like Dennis is my main guy on the real estate side. But how do you build a team? How do you work together? The work culture is different. Plus, she has a military background as well. I always struggle, even in the States, because I have a military background, dealing with people that are working for me, because the the standards you can have in the military and the way that you deal with people is a lot different. So I'm super curious her perspective on that. Caesar Blue, do you think growing up in a capitalist country helps you overseas? Yeah, 1000%. So I don't want to go on too much of a tangent, but I think that's why Kenya is attractive, number one, because from my understanding, you guys didn't have a socialist revolution like some of the other African countries did during the independence movements. And me personally, I don't think the communist socialist stuff works very well. And it's easier to spot opportunities, especially as an American, just because of things do work very efficiently for the most part. And you can see all the little inefficiencies and how to make more money, be more efficient. Because if you're being more efficient, you can pay everyone well, you can do a lot more just because your business is operating better. And that doesn't mean you're paying people less. You can actually pay people more. I think investment organically is a really good way to grow. I think I think the capitalism gets a bad rap in certain cases, and there does, like, I think with the land, right, which we were talking about very much so last week, I do think because of the legacies of colonization and what's going on with the land, I understand controls on that kind of stuff. So I'm not totally against like government controls and things like that. But especially when people aren't really trusting the government, if you have the right people doing business, I think it could benefit the country. But it's definitely an advantage to come from a capitalist country to somewhere. But if the rules don't allow you to execute, then it won't help you. American Travels. What up, Ryan? We got to get you on O'Shea podcast. We'll see. I know that there's many people skeptical about people doing real estate in Africa, so probably have to overcome that skepticism from some people. But I'm not selling people anything as far as land and all that, so hopefully it'll be okay. Capitalism gets a bad rap from Black people because of yeah, I think they're associating some morality things that I don't think necessarily, like, capitalism allows for these things to happen, but it doesn't cause them to happen. And so I think if it's done the right way, it's really good. And that back to the conversation from last week, I do think Kenyans have a little bit of a different point of view about this, which I'm trying to understand. And it does come from kind of like an anti-capitalist thing, is because the argument is, oh, well, that's too much land for one person to have with the Khalees thing. But what if she's employing a whole bunch of people and she's paying them more than what the normal rate is out there? And you're producing all these goods that are going to make the prices cheaper so that other people can live a better life, because if they're buying onions and whatever products that they're buying, now they're more affordable, so they have more food to eat. Like, I think people look at these things in a very simplistic manner rather than seeing second, third, fourth tier impacts of the business.
The language. We don't speak fluent Kiswahili. And so it does make it a bit difficult to navigate on your own. So for me, it was building relationships, building my network, making sure that I'm creating ways to sustain myself financially, and then make that move, that strategic business move.
Okay. So
that's an advantage for me, is my finances are good in the States. I'm not relying on any income to be able to, like, stay in Kenya, which honestly is, like, I feel like the superpower, because if your finances are good, you can take risk and you can try things and not have to try to extract all the value out of whatever it is that you're doing. And I think that that is one of the best ways, especially in a foreign market that you don't know, is like try different opportunities and stuff like that. Like, if you're trying to monetize, see, a lot of people, and I'm not trying to take shots at like other people on YouTube, but they're coming out, and then what they realize, that's how these land scams happen. They realize that they don't have a way to generate money, and they start getting broke because they moved on the spur of a moment. And now they got to figure out how to get money, and they convince themselves that they're helping by being a liaison for selling land, or whatever the heck they're trying to do. But your finances do need to be in order. I don't think you could just, I mean, you can if you're really talented, but I don't think you should just crash out and just move and try to do a business without knowing anything. And that's why what she said earlier is important, is that, and O'Shea said the same thing, as I've been to the country over 20 times before he stayed. I think a lot of Black Americans are moving to find peace of mind and or to add value. Hey,
I like this right here.
I think so too. I think that's why I want to have these conversations, because, like, how do you add value? Well, like, what are the opportunities? What are things that you can do to earn a living and build a living out there? And also in, I don't want to say ethical way, but like in a way that works, is a win-win for everybody. Plausible things. There should be some level of government control, especially on public services. The UK privatized their rail, healthcare, and water to American companies. It's coming back to bite them. Yeah. Who owns the SGR? Because I think that thing runs real good. Not for nothing. Kenyan's government stuff is like, the KRA website is really user friendly. Interfacing with the government with certain things is better than the states, from the small amount of experience that I have with certain things. Obviously not everything, but that's the exciting thing about newer countries, is that yes, you don't have the history and like head start, but you get to start with newer technology, and you're not burdened by the old infrastructure. Like M-Pesa is amazing. Like, you could skip all kinds of all these legacy technologies, and now you're just starting with new technology. So like the government, certain websites and their systems are a little bit better. Most of them are YouTubers who try to double in business. You are, on the other hand, a business person who does YouTube. Yeah. So it's a struggle, because I do want to do more YouTube, but I'm definitely a business person first. So it is a balance to do those things, because I feel like I'm getting some flack for the membership stuff and all that. But I do think the value's there. I've done some consultations with people, and they were like, "Oh, this is like definitely worth it." So I don't know. I am cognizant of that, but yeah, I am a business. That's the thing. Like, I could just move to Kenya and not do anything and still afford everything. Like, I'm not even selling my house here in the States, because I have rental property, right? So I'm in a little bit of a different position, which gives me the freedom to try stuff, which I'm so excited about. Because honestly, I've been scaling and growing this business here, the real estate business, the real estate sales brokerage here, and it's just not that fun right now because of the market and everything. And Kenya just is a lot of fun. Even if I lost money, I think I'd enjoy it better. Traverse Culture and the guy that does import export both were interviewed by O'Shea. Yeah, that was a good one as well. And they also both work with Austin. Yeah, I think they did that Nexus event, which the organizer sent me the thing. I said, dang, I really wanted to go too. And then I saw a video, and there was a lot of dope people there. So, and I'm getting so excited. I feel like I'm missing stuff because I'm not there right now. And I said, now is the time. Like, timing is important. Like for the real estate business here, it is not the time right now, in my opinion. So I feel like I'm stuck here. I'm trying to be responsible, but I really just want to get out to Kenya and, live my best life on the people side. Cause I have some, I'm a single guy. Okay. I'm getting old. I gotta address that situation. but at the same time, there's so much opportunity. Hit the like button.
I like this right here.
Thank you. David Karras, Freedom. SA is already developed and not many new things are happening there. Kenya's I think Kenya's going to be first in the sub-Saharan for sure in the next 10 years. I know they just passed Ethiopia. Nigeria's having issues. I don't really understand why Nigeria's stumbling like that. And then SA, I keep saying, guys, like, it's not a business thing. They got to sort out the cultural thing with the apartheid. It hasn't been dealt with sufficiently. Black Americans need to get the emotions and focus on financial stability in African countries. Yeah, I do think I'm not in the same boat as many of these other people. I don't hate the US.
Unknown caller.
I don't, I'm not that radical on the identity stuff. I think it's important, though. It's weird. Like, I feel them, but I don't take it as far as they do with some of them. Can you bit crypto with Moses, or is there an exchange to buy crypto over there? Buy crypto. I don't know. Nexus event. Oh, you were there? Were you there? Oh man, I missed it. And the import export. I got so many ideas, but guys, business ideas are just that, ideas, because you got to execute. And even at this business here, it's a struggle. And then incorporating other human beings in your business, very challenging, at least for me. I do very well by myself. And I'm kind of more of like a strategist than like a micromanager. I'm like a big picture guy. So but execution, you got to get into the details of stuff. And that's where it can get challenging. Can you buy crypto with M-Pesa, or is there? I have no idea. That's a good question. We're not selling our home either. We also have rental. The rental business in the States isn't like it used to be. Yeah. I mean, to me, it's dead unless you are finding deals. Meanwhile, in Nairobi, the population's growing like crazy. There's all kinds of development, much more opportunity.
Yourself financially, I want to come to that, but let's go back to building a team.
Yeah,
because that is a challenge, I think, for anybody in the repat world, especially those of us who, I see like some of the Somalians and the Eritreans, they have a little bit of an easier time to do that because they're united by either culture or religion or both.
Correct.
And us coming over, it's kind of a solo mission, and we have to try to build some level of trust with the people we're building our team with.
Right.
So how did you go through the process of building amazing team to support what you're doing?
Yeah, so it is trial and error, to your point. And making sure that you align it with people who understand the end goal, who are not willing to compromise the agenda. And then you have to study the culture. And so one of the things that I've learned with Kenyans, the best way that you can get the best out of your team or that relationship building is giving them stake in the game. If they can have a piece of the pie.
Incentivizing.
Really?
Yeah, incentivizing what it is that you're doing. And also creating that family kind of business culture is where I've seen me be successful. And then what you end up seeing is that they end up buying into the dream more than you.
Really?
And working as hard as you do. And so being able to identify those things. And
that's my struggle here in the US. They're not buying in all the time, you know? I'm like, I just need someone. I need someone to buy in because it takes a lot of work. But yeah, that's interesting. So is she given equity? How does that get structured? I don't think they're going to get into all that, but that's kind of what I want to know. I need a really good attorney. I need an immigration attorney, and I need a business attorney in Kenya because I got a lot of things that I want to get structured properly. Freedom, June 25th is coming up. I really hope and pray that everyone stays safe. And it's not, I feel like the government has been very responsive to the people, but they got to stay vigilant and keep staying out there. But at the same time, man, I hope everyone stays safe and nothing like really bad happens. Caroline, where are you looking for your next property? I have one in Kilimani, looking at Westlands. They're getting expensive and smaller in size as demand increases. Probably my biggest concern is saturation. I have one in Lavington, and it's been vacant for almost 2 months now. I was renting it for 2 months after the handover. The guy moved out. Now we've been vacant for 2 months. I have seen a lot of properties come to completion, and I would assume, if a building is just completed, that it's gonna take a while to occupy 200 to 400 units. I'm considering just for the content and because I want to get some real vacancy rates and some numbers that I'm going to be putting in members only. Whatever happens with the property, I'll share all the numbers with everybody. So that's my concern, is the saturation. On the investment side, I think Westlands is still the winner. I probably wouldn't look anywhere else. But for me, I don't think it's worth the money, like for me personally, to stay unless I got a really good deal on something. Pajoma, I don't know that one. Tina, what's going on? Plausible things. I always suspected those Ethiopian figures. Oh yeah, can Black Americans invest in Kenya's stock market? That's a good question. I follow Kenyan Wall Street on Instagram, and I've been watching that stuff. I'm hoping to go to like these type of events, like these business events, networking events, when I'm out there, but like send them to me because I'm not super tapped into everything. Ryan, what do you think about trading in the Kenyan market or other African country markets? I do not know nearly enough about any of that. I definitely, have a stock portfolio in the States. I think for me, I want to do business to see the impact and effect and see if I can get it right, more than like investing. I don't really see, like, if you're buying shares in a Kenyan company, like I don't see anything. Like I'm really in it for that. So it's not really on my radar, but we can investigate and see what's going on. I mean, obviously, like investing in a company is a little bit different, but if it's like public, I don't know. I'm nervous about that, but my husband is doing business there. So yes, we will be there for an extended period of time. Okay. Ryan, apart from investing in Kenya, do you feel like you can make Kenya your African home? Yeah, that's what I'm working on. I'm taking possession of the property. I intend to stay for the medium to short term, because I probably would like to do a house somewhere, but I got an apartment that I'm going to be, using as my main residence for when I'm out there. I don't like to romanticize stuff too much, so I take it one day, one trip at a time. But I'm pretty committed. That's why the school thing is interesting, because I would like to know, if I have kids, what kind of schooling is out there. What is the education looking like? The healthcare is another thing. Actually, Traverse Culture shares some of that. And yeah, I am definitely looking to move. I'm working on my Swahili every day. Plausible things. Yep, oh yeah, this is the Ethiopia stuff. Okay.
It's hard because I had to fire my first team. Every last person had to fire them.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. Oversaturation is good for Kenyans because then it could drive the prices down. So I'm not complaining at all. But on a real estate investor side, you'd probably prefer the demand to or the supply not to spike like that. But it's not a big issue. But I really, one thing is, people will ask me about return on investment and things like that, and I refuse to give any numbers because I don't really know what vacancy rates look like. Like in the States, I could tell you, what you're going to make off of a property because I know how easy or how difficult it may be to rent. Now that changes with the market, of course, but in Kenya, I really have no idea. And then even in the States, when people ask about Airbnb, I always am like, I don't know, because there's not a lot of good data on that. So you can't just say, oh, well, buy this and it'll rent for that. That is, it's more sophisticated than that on the real estate side. But I'm going to be the crash test dummy. Okay. Because sometimes people are like, oh, well, how are you saying I'm not an first of all, I'm not saying I'm an expert. What I'm doing is I'm going to share my whole year's worth of the Lavington property, of what it rented for, what happened, if there were repairs. I'm going to share all that information. It takes time because I've only had it since like February, but I'm going to continue to do that. And going back to the introduction to this video, my goal here for many people is to show you through what I'm doing what is possible, and not just what I'm doing, but we'll be talking and interviewing other people and showing what they're doing, because I'm big on people making their own decisions, but I want you to be exposed to the information. Obviously, you're going to have to do your own research and dive deeper into it if you're into a topic. But this is a starting point at which you can get an idea, So that's where I'm coming from.
Build again.
Okay, so you gave some good nuggets about giving the piece of the pie, but before I get into the piece of the pie, did you feel like you made some errors too in the first time that you had to fire those individuals? Yeah. What mistakes did you make?
All this.
It's gonna sound really funny. I was overpaying, like ridiculously, and it got.
That's a naive thing, because I've dealt with that in the States where I overpay people. It doesn't work, because we think, oh, we'll go there and we'll pay people double what they get. It doesn't work, and it's not the right way to do things. You could pay them more, I think, but I think paying a ridiculous over amount becomes entitlement.
It spiraled out of control because people was like, I need more, I need more, I need more. And I'm like, hey, yo, I'm paying y'all like stateside prices for real.
And that's the thing. There's different types of people. There's people who are like immediate gratification people. And if you're a long-term gratification person and you're speaking to a short-term gratification person and you're like a business person, you will treat them on a long-term, but they're treating you on a short-term, where they're just trying to get the next check to be the most possible and they don't care what happens tomorrow. And you will think that they're acting rationally, but they're not. Like it just doesn't work like that. And I've gone through that same pain.
And not even paying attention to the Kenyan labor law and all this other stuff and the pay scale and all of it's just started to be like, we need more. And I know that's going to sound a little bit crazy.
No, that's how people act.
Where did I make that mistake? Why I thought it was a mistake
is
because people started to try to take advantage because they understood I didn't know.
And they think,
okay, let's go.
This is the other thing, especially as a foreigner. If you give people too much, they think you're stupid. And then they think they can get you for more and more and more. That is fact. So that's the thing, because they tried me. And I'm like, nah, I've had to learn that way, because the attitude I would have is because I got it and I want to help. And, we have this hole in our heart as Black Americans a little bit about helping Africa or whatever, where we want to give, but it doesn't work. Don't do it. You got to be hard. You got to be like, nah. You got to be stern. It's business. When your business gets too away from the business, it never works. It doesn't work for anybody, because then them people ain't going to have a job.
Go back to the whole piece of the pie, because let me just say this, like in Uganda, if you go to the Investment Authority website, But you can see like they can recommend what starting salaries are in a certain area,
Correct.
right?
Yep.
They may say something like 300,000 or 400,000 shillings a month, which is about $100 a month. And logically, a person cannot sustain themselves.
Correct.
With that. But you have said,
okay, so this is a thing, and my Kenyan folks in here, I see some people how much they get paid, and I feel like they're only getting paid enough to like eat and have shelter, and then they have nothing left, or they're like somehow they're losing money. Like it just doesn't make sense. Hope you introduce your designer, decorator sometime. They're actual Kenyans like me looking like. Yeah. I'm hoping to collab with one I have in mind. She has a big YouTube channel. Like I think her YouTube channel is bigger than mine. She has a big following. She works with some brands and stuff. So hopefully we can make some kind of connection and get that going. Yeah. But I'll tell you right now, I'm going to overdo the Airbnb. You probably don't need to spend as much, but probably just going to anyway, just because that's what I do that all the time.
That
I actually think it's bad for business sometimes. If you overspend, it sounds good, but it's really not. Just like overpaying people.
You give them a piece of the pie. And you've noticed by doing that, they buy into the dream and they innovate the dream.
Tell us.
More than you ever thought.
Heck yeah.
Okay, that's important for those people who are coming because they may think I can get labor for cheap, but the net labor,
you get what you pay for.
Okay, let's talk about that.
Yeah, so I pay my team in USD only. And we started off with hourly pay. Normally don't get that here. So if they work 16 hours, they got paid.
Wow, that's interesting. I can see why you would do hourly though.
The rate for 16 hours.
Okay.
Because most people are getting salary and then their time, but so then they're not really motivated because these jobs will have people sitting around wasting time, not doing nothing.
That's pretty good pay for a local Kenyan.
Okay.
And so now we're on salary. So regardless if they work today or tomorrow, they get paid their salary in USD. We also pay them welfare. Make sure that we cover their welfare.
What is included in welfare?
Their communication, transportation, and something else. I can't remember.
Something like that.
I have HR. So she take care of it.
Oh, that's cool.
But just making sure that even if I can't do something, I'm communicative, with them. We went this year for our first team building trip to Diani. Making sure that I'm also giving back.
See, that's cool because in the States, you got to be making a lot of money to take your team to the, and so I feel like you could do just much cooler stuff in Kenya doing a business or anything. Again, bigger impact. You're paying people's housing and their basic necessities plus salary. That's fire. I love that. And then you're going to Diani. Because I know I'm aware that the employment situation in Kenya, especially for younger people, is challenging. And it sucks because I know there's a lot of Kenyans that have got university degrees and are even if they're employed, they're underemployed. And these people are smart and sharp and they get it. And it's like, dang, it's a lot of people with potential that need opportunity.
To them so that they know that the work that they're doing is, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
definitely
important. I hate to be critical of what I see in the East African market, but that is unlike what I see from employers, mostly in Uganda or even Kenya.
Okay.
When I come across African entrepreneurs in the market that are successful, they will complain about people are not doing X, Y, and Z. But maybe it's different in Kenya. I'm not sure. But in Uganda, I know a lot of people like, oh, well, this person should be glad to have a job because so many people are unemployed. So you should be glad that you're working for me. And you notice that the business doesn't grow the way that.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's about what I see a lot of people getting paid, 200-300. And then if they're getting paid that much, they're usually living far from Nairobi, but they'll work in Nairobi. So then they're taking a bus or matatu, taking 2 hours to get to work, 3 hours to get to work. Plus they're paying to get there. Then they need a phone. Then they got to eat. Like, that's tough. And also, I know some of these people that are making that type of money, and I'm like, yo, they got skills. Like they could be doing a lot of stuff. If they were in the States, they would be able to, like, they would be competitive in the job market. And so rather than, I know the big thing, even the president pushes, hey, we're sending all these Kenyans to these other countries for employment. I'm like, yo, how do we get good employment in Kenya, right? That's becoming one of my interests, but running look, again, I'm trying to be kind of semi-retired, so I'm not trying to kill myself. And running a business, especially in another country, has a big learning curve, and I don't want to break my back on it, to be honest. I'm trying to chill, but I do want to have impact, and I think doing a business, but that's why capitalism is important, because if the business works, then you can hire people, give opportunities in country, and take your team on vacations. Like, that seems just so amazing, but the business got to be the main thing, or it doesn't work. Yeah. I'm telling you, most people that I meet in Kenya, they got skills.
If the person is interacting with customers is poor.
Yep.
I was thinking it like, I probably wouldn't do this, but I'll just throw this is for someone, is customer service call center, virtual assistant center, because Kenyans speak very good English. They have plenty of skill. They have the qualifications to be able to do these type of things very easily. And versus like the Indian call center, which you don't even know what the heck they're saying half the time, it's got to be an opportunity. I actually know someone that does that in Kenya, and I don't know. It just seems like a good opportunity.
And then they'll complain about the person, and they have the money to pay the individual.
Correct. Yes.
But they just don't want to do that. So your retention in your business with people that are working for you, what have you noticed since you've done those things?
I have a low turnover rate.
Okay.
My oldest employee has been with me for 7 years.
Okay.
She is the core of the company and helping me build the team. Mm-hmm. She is currently building us a team in Mombasa.
Mm-hmm.
So that's crazy to me.
To the place because
she's building a team all the way in Mombasa. How are you organizing this? That's fire.
I have allowed them to take on their positions.
Mm-hmm.
And where do you get these drone shots from? Because I need some drone footage. When I did the Karen video, I really wanted to have a drone to show what Karen really looks like, but I don't have it. Kenya has the highest quality of human capital on the continent. You don't need to train anyone as a startup. They're ready to go. Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. People don't even, and this is the thing, people don't know to tap into it because there's so much employment opportunity that could come
to where I can actually be a CEO. So I don't know operations, the back of operations, like I used to, because I was hands in.
Right.
But now my team take care of it. It's so bad to where if I step on their toes, they have to be like, Ms. Wakesha,
oh, please
relax.
I need that.
Right.
And I respect their space. Like I just had a conversation with my operations director. Shout out to Mora, about building out the Mombasa team and some other things. And I said, from now on, I'm not going to suggest anything because I almost messed up their operations the other day. And so I said, I'm going to step back. And
Bro, sometimes I hear the accent. I'm like, can you give me someone else, please? I don't know what you're talking about.
And I'm going to allow you all to do what you do because you know what you're doing. You actually have been relocating people while I was in the States. So while my face is on it, my team, I built the product. Don't get me wrong. I built the product. I trained them logistically. I also trained them how to deal with expats.
Okay.
Right? Because there's a difference between getting service with a local Kenyan company and being serviced by a US-based company in Kenya. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes.
And so I trained them, whatever. They learned it, and they have, to your point, have surpassed what I've taught them, what I've implemented with the programs that I came up with, like my 120-day relocation integration program. All of those things they now do, and I don't have to have my hands in on it. Yeah.
Let's talk about the challenge of, because we had a brief conversation on the phone. I won't share all of it, but you said that things have gotten about 300 to 400% better since you have been on ground.
Correct.
Okay. So now people are listening saying, well, hey, they've been relocating because you're going to have somebody that there's a
shout out to the 60 people in here. I appreciate y'all. Please participate in the chat. Let me know what you're thinking and we'll keep it going.
A lot of people who want to have
are you talking about Tattoo City or Konza City?
What do you call those kind of businesses where absentee ownership?
Yes.
A lot of Africans do that a lot, where they own the business, but they're not involved in the business. Okay. And then some people could take what you're saying for granted that, oh, you were not there, but they were relocating people. So obviously this is absentee ownership. So I don't have to be involved. But you also said, because you both can be true at the same time, but the person may not understand it.
Correct.
You were here.
Yes.
And since you're here, things have gotten better.
Yep.
So how can both of those things happen for somebody out there who could misconstrue what you were saying?
So in terms of, I was hands in.
Guys, this, I don't know if you guys have done a business before, but the idea that you're just going to hire somebody and they're just going to take care of the thing that you think they're going to take care of without like a lot of training and organization. And then there's a cultural thing. And then she's saying, I'm training people to deal with expats and stuff like that. She's making it sound real easy. That is not easy, because to get things to work the way you want is very challenging. So I can't wait to see what she has to say here.
But virtually, I'm not on the ground, moving the people around, doing the daily operations. I wasn't on the ground for all of them.
Yes.
Obviously I had to be here for some to train and things like that. But then what I did notice is I would lose momentum because I am the face of the business.
That's a struggle I have here at this business, to be honest.
And people trust the business because I am American. And
before you say American,
I'll find a time to talk about Tattoo City again. I've shared it on a couple of these, but I'll talk about it in a little bit. Remind me if I skip over it.
The diaspora trusts you more because you're an American.
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, the diaspora.
Okay.
I use American.
I don't think it's just the diaspora. So from what I've been experiencing, I've been in this. It's weird to talk about yourself. When I work with Kenyans, or like Dennis, for example, right? It has created a level of trust when people talk to him as well. And probably even other Kenyans, like when they see that a foreigner is involved, unfortunately, it probably gives more like credibility to something, which is kind of corny, but that's the reality. Is I think that it does. So you do have an advantage with that, and that's from my experience so far. It's been, which don't hate the player, hate the game, I guess, but it's an advantage.
Because not all of our clients are Americans.
Okay. Where do some of the other people come from?
Continental Africans. We just relocated a family from South Africa to Kenya. She's Malawian. Shout out to Miss Dua. The secret is already out, so I think she'll let me say it. But she is the daughter of the former president of Malawi.
Dang,
and so we relocated her from South Africa to Kenya. So yeah, shout out to Ms. Dua. But so not all of
What's funny about this travel relocation and all these services for me is, I guess, from military, and I'm used to traveling. Basically, they figure out all these things that I find fun to figure out. And so it's kind of interesting that many people come, but they don't want to know anything. They want someone to do it for them. And I guess that's where the money is, right? So if someone wants to come to the country, they're going to know the places to shop and get your furniture and where to fly in and have a driver for you and take you around and do all that. So it is an interesting business. It's just funny because, like, I guess, for me, I do all those things kind of naturally. And it's part of, like, I think that's part of the fun of coming somewhere new is to figure all that out. But I guess people don't want to try to find a driver and all that kind of stuff. It could be kind of crappy. Because when, like, go on the internet and do a safari in Nairobi National Park, the amount that they'll charge you to do the trip is like ridiculously overpriced. Well, not overpriced. They do the thing. They do the work to make it convenient for you. But if you just knew a driver that has a Land Cruiser or whatever, could be 10 times cheaper. Not to undermine this, because this is a good service if someone just wants to not figure it out, right? Which then I'm like, dang, maybe I should do some kind of concierge thing. I've been in talks with Dennis about doing like a real estate tour where we would take you through the different neighborhoods and show you some of the types of properties that are available, and kind of have an expert that knows the different areas. So we'll go to Kilimani, kind of explain the main roads, the landmarks, what's nearby, the type of pricing that you're looking at, the type of projects that are coming up. Then you check out Lavington, Kileleshwa, Westlands, and then do like a lunch or a dinner, and then have some professionals there, like an attorney, do a Q&A. So you have an attorney and maybe an accounting person and a real estate person there, have a dinner, but also have a Q&A and be able to acclimate you to like what's going on. Because for some reason, people just go to Westlands and stay there the whole time, which is crazy to me.
Of our clients are African American diasporans.
Okay, but the majority will be.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And so the two things can be true. Yes. I was able to work hands in virtually, mm-hmm. But now I'm more hands in now that I'm on the ground.
Okay,
but not as
working virtually in Kenya is very difficult because of the time difference from the States. So I'm going to be honest, 8 hours. Most of the time that you're sleeping, they're awake, and vice versa. And so you have to be on like a really weird schedule. Even like keeping in communication with people for me is challenging, because you only have like a couple hour window to communicate before it's really late there in our business day. And then in my business day during the day, I'm occupied a lot of times. So it's quite challenging. This idea that you're just going to do remote is kind of, for me, has been tough.
As much as I probably was virtually, because again, it's a how do you say it? A well-oiled machine now. Mm-hmm. And so again, I don't have to be on the daily ins and outs. So like we had a client that come in the other day, and she's here for an investigative tour. That's a hot ticket now.
Yeah.
Our investigative tours.
I guess a real estate tour would kind of be like that, right? That's a cool idea. I don't want to step on our toes, though.
By the way, we're the only ones that's doing that. By the
way.
Okay. And so I met her the day of, and I probably won't see her until she come back, because the team is handling. She's actually in Mombasa as well.
Okay.
With one of our concierge specialists.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about
Jesse Whitehorn, member. What's going on? What I want to know how the leasehold works. If you buy a house, for example, in Karen, who gives you the leasehold, the owner or the government? You have to convert when they deed you the property. It has to be converted from freehold to leasehold. So you need an attorney to do that. I loosely know this because I was talking with some of the land selling companies, and they actually have like a minimum purchase amount because there's a legal fee in the conversion from where they hold the title of the land as freehold, and if they transfer it to you in leasehold, there's some legal thing that they have to do to convert it for you to be able to take possession of the property. That's actually a good idea, Ryan. I would sign up. Okay. Yeah, we're trying to figure out how to do it because just functionally, we would get like either, a mini bus or something. Depends how many people want to go. But we would want a group of people all at the same time. How are we going to do that? Now, if you do it individually, it has to be much more expensive. But I think a group would be better anyway, because you'd be able to network with some other people that are interested in the same thing. But how do you start it? Because you need a couple people to start it. And then are the timings lining up? And obviously it grows over time. So these are all business things. I just, think about, I'm like, do I want to get involved in all this logistics and all that kind of stuff,
Because most people, if they are,
but like but the reason why I came up with that idea is because I wanted, I was stationed in Germany. I just came back from a deployment of Iraq. I eventually left Germany, got sent to Texas. As soon as I touched down in Texas, I was looking to buy some investment properties. So I just started driving around, on maps, just looking around. But I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know what areas are considered good or bad. I'm just coming up with my own impression. So that was kind of my idea is, you fly in, we'll have a driver pick everybody up, and we'll have a real estate expert there. And, it'll be like a little tour, but for kind of more like people looking to buy or invest in Nairobi, just so that you understand what Kilimani looks like. What's the main roads in Kilimani? Oh, here's CJ's, here's the Yaya Center, here's the landmarks. Okay. Let's check out Lavington. Let's get the vibe over there. Oh, these type of house properties are there. Okay, 1 bedrooms are about this price, et cetera, et cetera. And then you get a nice meal at the end, and then you are able to speak to an attorney, talk to a tax professional, and really get all, it's not going to answer all your questions, but it would give you the overview in which to start, right? Because you can't do multiplication if you don't know addition or you don't know your numbers. So this would just be showing you what the numbers look like, Riru or Runda. Which would you choose for another investment? Runda for sure, but Runda's prices are insane. I was talking about, really moving to Nairobi, and Riru. They have some nice developments for townhouses and single houses that if I'm going to be staying for a long period of time, Riru is pretty interesting, especially because Thika Highway is pretty convenient into the city. So I do like that. Runda's obviously better, but the prices are insane. Runda's price ranges are like Karen's and Gagiri and all that. Like just it's not even, if you made a chart, it wouldn't even fit on the chart versus what you get in other markets. So it just doesn't make sense. I don't understand why Americans are so adverse to leasehold. It's not, well, because we care about giving the property to our kids, and it's a generational thing. You don't, at least you don't own anything. And I think that's really important. You want to own it for real, not have a 99-year lease. Dang, travel check-ins with Sadia and Jerome, they talked about that. They used like a Bible verse, which I can't think of it right now, but it was along the lines of like, if you're not thinking about what you're leaving to your kids, then it's not godly or something. And I that stuck with me. So I think that's important. River and Runda are worlds apart. Yeah, the pricing is not even correlated. Freedom, I somewhat agree. I'm not going to be around another 100 years. Neither are my kids. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. But I see your point about it. Yeah, because it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to be here 100 years from now, but I don't know. I'm not feeling it.
You know, not working in the States online or something like that, if they want to become some level of,
you know, why is the generational wealth thing? Like I see like second, third, fourth generation farmers, and they have now their land is millions of dollars, and their kids inherit it, and now they're well off. Well, really, they're not well off because the land value doesn't mean that you have money, but it's just something good to leave the next generations. And if it could just be taken away, or you have to pay a ridiculous, and I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but it could happen that they either take it away or you lose, or you have to pay a lot to keep the leasehold. No, it's not just money; it's the land. I think that's the thing. Is like that was the big argument from last week. Is you might be poor, but you have the land. That's the Kenyans' argument for why, that land is a bit sacred. It's a little bit different because land, they don't make more land.
entrepreneur, then you're here, whether you have a product in the state, like I'm a content creator. So I have my
Yeah, these Kenyan YouTubers are like obsessed and like they're obsessed with the super high market stuff. And I'm like, dude, like, first of all, who are you trying to sell it? And I don't know. And it's like 900,000 US dollars. What's up with that? Like, guys, because they're in my DMs now. Like, oh, I have a plot in Karen for 100 million shillings. Like, they're like, what do you think about? Like, what are you talking about? Stop it. And they don't even tell you nothing about it. I'm like, yo, who owns it? What's going on? Like, give me the information. The problem with Kenyan real estate is that there's not really a lot of contracts that are holding people binding to a listing agreement or something like that. So they don't want to give you all the information because you could just go to the end seller and cut out the agent. So that's an issue. Exactly. It's a foundation for generations. Exactly. Levi Reed, I'm not looking to buy any land. I'm more interested in manufacturing of bakery products, sort of like Nabisco, starting small and then growing. What area of Nairobi would be a great area to do that? I don't know a lot, and I'm not an expert, but I think that midway points along the Mombasa Nairobi highway, and they're building the expressway along the SGR is probably a good place to have stuff like that because you can get your stuff to Nairobi within 2 or 3 hours, and you can get stuff to Mombasa within 2 or 3 hours, and you have the port there if you were going to try to do some exports and stuff. I think if you're making a lot of products, that's probably makes sense. And the land value there is cheaper than, Nairobi's crazy priced. So that's what's in my mind, but don't take it as gospel. But we're going to be on a discovery mission, okay, to learn more about the nuances of this type of stuff. And I'll have a better opinion after this next trip. What is an average decent price for a plot in Karen? I'm seeing like 60 mil an acre. Is that what that's around? But Kenyan real estate pricing don't make sense. People just try to sell stuff for whatever they want. And then because there's not, I got to get in the RD Sasa, the website, and figure out how that works more. But it's hard to have information about what's selling in the area to comp what the value actually really should be. But I think I'm seeing 60 M's for an acre. And from my understanding, I don't think there's a lot of 1 acres anymore.
studio
Could be
in two
wrong about
countries.
that.
Yeah.
And we're creating content for a worldwide audience.
Yeah.
But if a person hasn't been an entrepreneur before and you're coming into this.
Have you been to any other African country other than Kenya? Oh man, I'm gonna have to answer this one later. I don't have a good answer for this question. It sounds ridiculous. But no, to the first part, I have not been anywhere other than Kenya. In 2026, I'll probably visit a couple different countries. But no, I haven't been. But I have a couple reasons. I'll talk about it later if we have time.
This market. What are some of the challenges that you think an African American or somebody from the diaspora who may have been successful in the business, and now you are starting the business? What are some of the challenges that you feel like they would have?
Expectations are kind of warped in terms of the amount of capital that you may or may not need.
Oh, great point.
Okay.
Great point.
More or less.
Would it take to actually register a company and actually become an investor?
See these. So this is government stuff that I do think kind of keeps people away a little bit. Is the cost of getting all your stuff legal, which again is part of this trip.
And get an investor's permit and the capital to do so. That costs money. A lot of people don't do.
Because I may have messed up. Because I have so for the investor permit, you need over 100,000 USD. I don't know if you need it in a liquid bank account because I definitely have over 100,000 invested at this point. So am I able to get it or not? That's a question. I'm sure with the right attorney, you could do anything, to be honest. But if you want to hit those certain goals, and do I need? There's a couple different permits that you can get. So, but they're all kind of costly.
Feasibility studies. So we have to figure out what type of services you are providing. Is your audience still from the US or are your audience going to be local? Now that's going to be a whole nother beast because now you're going to be competing with the local market and then you're going to be making money in shillings. So then you also have to see if this is feasible for you or conducive for the new lifestyle that you're looking for here in Kenya specifically. But the feasibility study is a big one that people just overlook. They feel like I've literally had a conversation with someone who paid for our consultation.
Yes.
They were already here. And
wait. What's that look? Did you give me?
Yeah, because it's crazy because a lot of people are doing that. Because they're getting misinformation. That they can just pick up and move to Nairobi, one of the most expensive cities in Africa at this point. You will cut your cost. Don't get me wrong. You'll cut your cost by moving here, but it's not as cheap as people think it is, or it's just doable for you to just come and have $10,000 and think you're going to make it with $10,000. That's not going to work. So they were already here, already sold all this stuff. And I'm talking and they're like, yeah, I want to start a business. I need to get my investor's permit. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, so that's $100K that you have to invest into a local.
Damn, Jesse, you said your whole bloodline's ending. Come on, bro. What's up with that, man? We got to talk about this. What's going on?
Local company. And then the fees by itself is about 10,000. It's like, oh, Kenya shillings.
See?
No.
Dollars.
That's USD.
Yes.
What? I thought, right. I said, did you already sell everything? Yes.
All right. See, this is where I'm a little skeptical about pricing. You could spend unlimited money on lawyers, okay? There's ways to figure things out, especially if you're hiring a certain. This is the thing. You're just like I do a lot of home improvement projects at my house because I can, and my friend helped me too. If I were to pay a fancy general contractor to come and do it, it's going to cost a lot more. So certain things you could save a lot of money depending on how and the way that you go about it. C. Griffin, what's up? I had to play it. I had to. Member, what's going on? Welcome to the party.
I like this right here.
I had to give you a couple of them.
This part is dark.
What's going on?
First thing we need to do is try to get you a digital remote job or something, because you're not going to be able to sustain
A
yourself.
job?
You're not. You spend money every day.
Oh, he came broke.
Yeah. So those are some of the challenges. I think people have misinformation.
Okay, so let's talk about this, because shout out to you. You were the first. Now, I see, Austin is here.
Shout out to Austin.
Sorry,
I remember
Justin.
Austin was deciding where he was going to say, yeah, pick someplace. And he was like, I'm really feeling Nairobi. So I'm seeing him. Shout out to brother Kevin.
Yeah.
Kevin is
Yeah, shout out to
Morrison.
Kevin. Yes.
He saw me out at
What's
our
going on,
cafe.
Dennis?
He invited me. That's how I ended up seeing you.
Yep.
Okay, and so we see like Nairobi and Kenya as a country is becoming a big thing with African American community, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, and so now what I
See, Dennis got a nice profile pic here, and that last name looks familiar somehow. I feel like I've seen this name somewhere. Levi Reed. You can also look at newer light industrial zones like Tbilisi, Tattoo City, Nakuru, but there are smaller warehouses. Tattoo City gives you I don't want to misquote it, but there are some income or corporate tax benefits of being in there. But you have to be approved by the company that owns Tattoo City to even do anything there. But we could talk about Tattoo City later and why I'm coming to Kenya again.
tend to see when we talked about like Dar es Salaam or Tanzania in 2020 with COVID,
Okay.
then the Gambia,
Yeah.
People
and
was
now
going there and they was
Nairobi
broke.
2024, it's now hot.
During COVID, everybody went to Tanzania because they were open. And these people that be going places are broke. But that, I'm a little struggling with that, right? Because if you want to have a better life and you want to live, you want to go to the continent, or you want to go to Kenya specifically, who am I to tell you don't come because you're broke? But at the same time, how the heck are you going to afford anything? But at the same time, Kenyans can live on $200-300 USD a month. So, I mean, you're just going to have to do that. Or get a remote job and stuff. But, I mean, guys, don't come with no plan. Yosef, what's going on? I hear you. I'm Kenyan who's consciously decided not to have kids. Oh, are you a guy or a girl, Freedom? Because has feminism reached Kenya to this degree? Modern feminism got there? Oh no. Oh no. I'm sorry. I had to give it to you. I love you, but what? Isn't that like the point of life? Y'all just out here just not replicating yourselves. I'm about to do a lot of replicating of myself.
Yeah.
And so then you start to see people.
What, you're a guy? Come on, bro. Come on, man.
Consultation businesses.
Sure.
Because,
come on.
People start, having, hey, we can do
more
tour.
for
And
me.
I'm starting to see that now.
Yes.
So how does a person engage as to, in your
opinion? See, guys, I've been hiding my toxicness. I'm gonna let it out on the members only when we have enough members in there. But we're gonna be doing members only when I'm in Kenya quite frequently. Some lives and a bunch of stuff. Also, since we're talking about that membership, the $5 one is getting you early access to, because what's going to happen is all the new content is members only for 30 days. So when I get it out there in July, the first videos, you guys, if you're not in membership, won't see them until August or September. Especially the Diani tour. I don't know what we're doing with that. That might be exclusive depending on how much money I spend on doing it, because it's going to be a lot of work to do. Or not Diani, the Coast tour I'm still figuring that out. So we're going to see. Oh, Plaid Unicorn, super chat, $5. Thank you. What it do? Just finished dinner. My trip has been excellent so far. Awesome. Where did you eat at? I'm about to do, because I know all the good spots. I'm sailing on the same boat. I will adopt though. What's up with all these dudes in here? Y'all don't want to have kids because they're a hassle. What? I'm shocked.
Whoa there.
What?
Oh God.
Whoa there.
I mean, y'all do you, because you can leave more for me, but what? We're about to do an intervention for all you guys. That's crazy. Oh, Nicole Noel, I agree with you. I'm a woman. How much is early membership? Is $5 a month. But so what I realized that YouTube does is you could see the videos in members only, then you got to join to be able to view them. So you could wait if you wanted to, if that's what you're interested in, until you start seeing them pop up. But everything, all the new stuff is going to be in there. So I went to Touch of China in Westlands. Oh, I don't know that one. See, I was talking junk. I don't know that spot. Touch of China is Chinese food, like real Chinese food. Interesting.
Opinion: which person is given the best information, or which person is not? What are some of the red flags you would feel?
Oh yeah. What I will say is, humbly, Traverse Culture.
Oh, I didn't mean to pause it.
And I will shout out Diaspora Freedom Initiative, are two companies that actually do hands-in relocation. We do not do referral-based anything. And in fact, Diaspora Freedom Initiative is a little more, he has a more robust program than mine, because he assists you with the relocation, and your trust fund is included in that. Asset protection and all of the legal. Wow. Oh no. Shout out to John. Oh,
he's
yeah.
Here.
Oh yeah. He's in Diani.
Okay.
And so him and I are partners.
Okay.
Nice. And so shout out to Diaspora Freedom Initiative.
Cool.
But the red flags are, if you do not have a team, a Kenyan team that's working with you, you do not know what you're doing. I can guarantee you're not getting the best prices. You don't speak Swahili. You don't know how to negotiate. You don't know the right places to go.
Chinese food owned by Indians. Food was great.
Go for your clients. The other part is, if you've only been in Nairobi a year, you don't know enough.
Okay.
Whoa.
You know what I mean?
Whoa. Take it easy, bro. Don't tell people. I shared that on a very special segment. That information. Don't just be telling everybody, okay? It's gonna mess up my reputation out here.
And then the red flag for me, the biggest thing is the red flag. If you are not employing local Kenyans, and you are solely trying to do it by yourself, you're gonna make it very hard for you to relocate somebody correctly.
Okay.
In a country that you're not.
That's a big responsibility. People are trusting you with their experience coming to the country, getting their whole life together. That's a really big responsibility. And lots of respect, because from my observation of how she's been doing it with the, it seems really good. And she has Kenyan employees, and they, I don't know, I just really like it. I really like it. So, oh my God, this is, come on, dog. Are you serious?
This is a sickness.
Come on, D Blaze. We got that. I'm doing an intervention with y'all. I'm writing y'all names down. We got to talk about this. What? That's crazy.
Let's talk about local partnerships. Let's say, I know you have a partnership with this brother from Freedom Initiative.
Yeah.
But do you have any partnerships with some businesses in Nairobi and
Thank
Kenya.
you,
Correct.
Jesse.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yep.
the reason I'm asking that is because when the longer that I stay here, the longer that I need to partner with, maybe a bigger international company and some assets for the Pan African Dating Show or whoever else.
Yep.
And so sometimes I come against some struggles in the local market, even if that individual or individuals are, international based, you're still dealing with people that's there managing that.
Correct.
So how do you establish partnerships with people in the local market, whether it's small business or bigger business? I saw you have a governmental partnership too.
With Nairobi Hospital, the Nairobi Hospital.
So how do you establish those local partnerships in to try to win?
My team.
Yeah. Okay, your team does that.
My team. I do it.
Okay.
I of course I identify who I want to work with, but they are my guardrails.
How do you identify who you want to work with?
It's just based on what I'm trying to do. So for the Nairobi Hospital, shout out to the Nairobi Hospital. We love them. Just studying.
Yeah, man. As a foreigner, it's a little more complicated when you start getting into like really trying to meet somebody, especially in Nairobi, like with the same goals in mind and stuff. It's different because especially you start having a lot of options. It makes it real challenging. I'm not gonna lie. You only renew the lease after 99 years, but not buy again because you will be paying land rates annually. The lease is paid depending on the city rates. Well, that's good to know. I want to see that more. Like, what's the law about that? Like, I need to really verify that because the thing about Kenyans about this stuff is they'll be telling you about the law, but then they're saying the government's corrupt and they don't follow the law. So which one is it? Like, is it going to work this way or not? He said, don't marry. Yeah, but I need citizenship, bro. Like, what? And that sounds bad. I'm not, but no, I would like to be married. Plus, this is some things I need to talk to an attorney about. What's the marriage laws what's the divorce laws? Because that's what's killing everybody in the States. Okay. I don't want to lose all my stuff. A lot of the apartments that are going up in Nairobi are not 99 years. People should know that. That's facts. They're 50 and have been in the lease for a while, went to a few places with 20 some odd years left. Yep. And again, I hear what you're saying, Northline, about renewal of the leasehold, but when you throw it back up to the government to be able to make decisions about what happens with your property that you just invested, say $1 million developing, and they say, you know what, we could use this, then what? House Consult is on my radar too. They are building beautiful properties. I need to get in some of those. It's going to be one of the first things. There's a development called Enrogue in Kileleshwa, right on Olo Tok Tok Road. Looks really nice, and I really like that location. They're not paying me. I haven't even been there. I haven't even spoken to them, but I kind of was like, dang, maybe I should have waited. Depending, I don't know when their completion date is, but maybe I should have waited. Ryan, whatever you do, don't meet them in clubs. No Kenyan man meets his wife. Oh, come on now. Yeah. I know what's going on in them clubs. Okay. No. That's no good. Okay, I'm not a dummy, okay, guys? Like, I'm experienced. And I'm not easily influenced. And I don't really be in my emotions like that. Like, all that falling in love stuff, it don't work on me. Some developers will extend for 10 upon completion, then it's on you. Yeah, if you're buying off plan, one thing that you definitely want to know is how many years are left on the leasehold. Again, the information on what happens when the leasehold expires is really kind of up in the air, but it don't seem like it's a good thing. I'm not saying that not to do it, but we need more information about that. Always follow the law. Corruption is very temporary. Yeah, follow the law. But if the law isn't being followed and you're subject to whatever they decide to do is what we're talking about. Please focus on building for 2 years in Kenya. I want to get married. Why? Tell me. What's the marriage laws in Kenya? Jesse, if you want to have kids, that's your choice, but don't impose your beliefs on me. Hey, that's true. Go do you? No, Jesse said he's done too. Y'all in the same. Y'all are on my list of people to consult with about this thing. Okay, we are actually pushed for enact of a death penalty law. Well, that's a little extreme, don't you think? Divorce laws, no 50-50 settlement. Okay. Those career and focus ladies are the right ones to settle with. Yeah. I'm not that. She don't need a career from me, but she got to have goals that align with mine. You know, she don't got to do them, like, be the one making it happen, but we got to be on the same page. I have a 50-year lease on my condo. It's only money. I'm okay with losing that bread if the kids don't want any part of that. If the renewal don't work out, lounge, we hope. Yeah, I do agree. Northline was saying that it's not a big deal on the renewal. I lean towards it's not a big deal, but and this isn't just Kenya. If you deal with the U.S. government, it's not a big deal till then all of a sudden it's a big deal,
Because we're certified medical tourism facilitators.
That's fire.
And so now we do medical tourism inbound.
I kind of want to use their service just to see how they do things and learn, because the medical side is important if I'm going to be living there. From my understanding, you pay out of pocket, but you can get access to really good healthcare if you have money, which is much cheaper than the US. So I'm for that. Although I do get free healthcare through the VA, but the VA don't care. The VA healthcare I've not had good experiences.
To Kenya.
Okay.
And so just studying that
church going Kikuyu girl. I know some. I do. I know some. But yeah. See, I'm on it. See, guys, I'm telling you, I'm not a rookie. I heard that in Kenya, when you divorce, the man retains with all his wealth. I hope that's true. Although, the divorce laws in the States made sense at a time. Like if you guys have been married for a long time and she devoted all her time to raising kids and all that stuff, you can't just throw her out to the street necessarily. Well, it depends what she did, though. But if she didn't deserve it,
industry and finding out what are the best hospitals based off of the level of the hospital. So if it's a level 6, level 7, are they JCI accredited? Or what are the international accreditation? But then you also got to talk to the local people, because they're going to tell you the truth about the hospital.
I wonder how she learned this stuff.
Okay. They're going to tell you the truth about whatever business it is that you're trying to do business with. And again, that's where I have to kind of rely on my team.
Okay.
Because I've made mistakes. And they've had to fix it.
Yes. Me too.
Yeah.
Like every day.
Big time.
But
yeah, no. Trust me. I still make mistakes.
So let's talk about.
I gained a lot of weight on my last trip, but I've been getting back down, and hopefully I lose weight. I'm looking at my neck. I'm sorry. I just noticed that. That's off topic. This live is ADD. We're like, the comments are one place, we watching the video in another place, but that's cool. I guess we're having fun. This is the info I really am interested in. Will this be part of your membership channel? I also want to do a consult about your opinion on apartments for investment and different builders, etc. That is the higher level with the consults and all that. This information will eventually, it depends on the degree of information. So most of it will end up being public at some point. The interviews with attorneys, accountants, we're going to add, I guess, medical and educational. Obviously, I have to find connections for this kind of stuff. That stuff will go public at some point because I don't want to paywall everything forever. I do want to make some benefits for members, obviously. But if we get like real in depth about certain things, like we'll have maybe an overview with the lawyer, but maybe if we get into real nitty gritty, that might stay in the members. That's kind of the way that it's going. So I would say, like, if you're on the fence, just wait and see what videos are popping up in there and then make a decision. Cause I don't want people feeling like they didn't get their money's worth for sure. So, but if you're doing the consultation, hop on the Inner Circle membership. And that's the thing, like it says 30 minutes. I talked to somebody for 2 hours the other day about everything. I was putting them on game on the places to go out to, not just the apartments. But again, I don't want to say I'm a Kenyan real estate expert for sure. I have contracts that I've purchased. I have experiences, and I'll share everything that I know. And that's as far as I can take you. But is it worth $25? I think so, because if you're buying a property for 40, 50, 100 grand, a little bit of extra info will go a long way. So that's kind of how I justify it in my mind. And I think everyone's been happy so far. Epic Tales, the wealth that you had before y'all got married stays with you after the marriage starts. They do evaluation of what you got together, but you fully keep what you had before. I mean, that's pretty fair. In Kenya, if you divorce with your wife, your properties are divided 50-50. They got prenups. Can you do a prenup, Davey? What's going on? That don't sound good. That sound like I don't know. She's military. Yeah. That's true. The wife can't clean you out after divorce, but the courts work out some type of support. Oh, yeah, scare me. That was support word is a little scary. Just make sure to renew your lease, else people who are in the offices realize the property is vacant and pounce on it by renewing after 99 years are over, but be assured no one can occupy your land. Ryan, ellipsis. That lady knows all that stuff because she's been visiting country for 10 years. It don't take 10 years to learn a lot of stuff, though. I've learned, I think I'm accelerated for sure. She's been living in Kenya for almost a decade now. That's why she knows a lot. I think if you spend time, you can learn it faster.
About partnerships, like I think that Kenya is a very collaborative in comparison to
like this right here.
Uganda.
Absolutely.
So,
yo, is O'Shea moving? All he does is say Kenya is better than Uganda all the time, and I think he regrets being in Uganda.
Want to work with the partner? I've noticed this. If I want to reach out,
because he did a bunch of really good podcasts in Nairobi with some of the Nexus people and everything. So what's going on, bro? You might as well just do it every time. Anytime he has Kenyans or people in Nairobi or whatever on his show, he's always like, they're always telling him, and he's like, yeah, he don't say he should have, but
out to somebody in the Uganda business community. This is not all the time, but I've noticed this, that sometimes people will take it as, oh, well, you need me, so we'll agree to the partnership, but then it becomes a disparity in effort. So have you noticed that in Kenya too, when you want to reach out and establish, and they'll agree to it, and all of a sudden they're not taking the partnership seriously?
Yes.
Okay, give me an example of that. I didn't tell the story, but I mean the company.
I mainly dealt with that mainly with the government.
Okay.
Oh.
We ain't gonna get into that. But I've dealt with that with the government, not so much with the private sector, but let me think. So even when we were dealing with the medical tourism, that was, it took time. But shout out to Nairobi, shout out to Aga Khan, AAR, the hospitals that we're working with, specifically now.
See, anytime someone says, this is why we got to talk to the professionals, because there's always a conflict with what people are saying. So, I don't even know, but Charles is saying that it's based off of their contribution to the acquisition. But then do they take, when you get into legal, it's more complicated than that, because just because she didn't contribute money doesn't mean she didn't contribute a lot, O'Shea said he's kind of planning to move. It looks like it. Ugandan women are taking good care of him. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Because the Nairobi women are. I've met Nairobi women that are almost American, and being American is okay, but it's not really my cup of tea all the time. Ryan, have fun in Kenya? Oh man, I will have fun. I'm trying to be serious though, you know. I think he's really tied to his team in Uganda. Yeah, how you can't really you build a team. I know he had with troubles with building a team, and I think he has a good team now that he likes, and you can't just abandon them, right? I mean, I'm kind of dealing with that here because I got a little bit of a team here. And I'm like, guys, Kenya's just calling me. I gotta answer the call. We're gonna have to figure things out here. Like, let's cut some people in the business, reduce my role a little bit. We will help you out. O'Shea always raving about Kileleshwa. Yeah, I love Kileleshwa, to be honest. It's really nice. It's a good mix of, access, and there's some apartments, but it's not that dense. Better transportation than Kilimani right now. I think Kilimani is good. People are down in Kilimani because there's so much construction. I think once the construction's over, they start fixing up the roads and everything, it'll be better. Although, how do I say? Arguings Kovac. That road is a whole mess in rush hour. It might take you an hour to get down a block.
Nairobi, they got to the point where they were tired of, like, you know what I mean, going back and forth. It's like, all right, now at what point are we going to sign this contract?
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, they started, but what you also do with Kenyans are show me people too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, we showed them that even through our relocation program, we were bringing all our guests there.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
We're showing you that we are actually doing medical tourism and using your medical facilities through our relocation program.
Okay.
We're the only company to offer full VIP medical healthcare plan through our relocation program. So we were able to show them.
Okay, let's talk about that, because a lot of people don't understand that you're going to be in a new place, and what you did in America doesn't really matter.
Correct.
You're going to prove yourself
Facts.
all over again.
Yep.
Okay, and you're starting from zero. And
I think that's why Kenya's calling me, because I think I like that. When things are new and you gotta build it up. I'm not like a maintainer, so I got bored. So that's like, you got to take your skill set, and now it's a new environment. You got to relearn certain things. I think that's cool. If you're that type of person and you do have a skill set in the US or wherever, it could be, if you're into like a challenge, but also I think the upside is even higher and more fulfilling to go to the continent, Kenya. Wherever you may happen to want to go, I think it's very similar. I think that, I don't know, it's just more fulfilling. It's very appealing to me, and for other people with that type of mindset.
For somebody like mid 30s, early 40s, you built your whole life, establishing yourself.
Maxwell, how do you think they would deal with a foreigner who maybe they have residency or have become a citizen that's getting divorced to a local Kenyan woman? Do you think there'll be bias against them in the court's decisions? Because this stuff is subjective then. See, guys, I'm a good interviewer. I'll tell you right now, if I get the right attorneys and people to talk to, because, Kenya's kind of camera shy, and we're going to have to find the right people. But if I could get somebody that's going to give us the real talk, we're going to get into some topics and get the real information for some attorneys with some credentials that can really, and I don't see that content anywhere. So I'm real excited to do it. Okay. Ryan, Jesse, remember, do you want to be an 80-year-old living in Kenya? That's the most important question moving forward on the investment in personal home. I mean, I can't predict that far out, but in my mind, yes, is the answer. But you never know what's going going on. Plus, by then, I think it'll even be better. I lived in Kilauea way back. Now I live in Moore Hills. I don't know that area. The best real estate. Yeah, I like the idea of raising kids in Kenya actually more than the U.S. That's as a priority for me. I may be naive though. I need to learn more about the schools and what it's like to be a kid and all that stuff.
Obviously, yourself in America,
Yeah,
and then nobody knows you here.
correct.
But mind you guys, for me, I'm keeping my house in the States. I'll probably be back and forth. I think it'll be an interesting experience to be able to move back and forth. But the visa stuff and everything, trying to go back to the U.S. if you're Kenyan, I know they leaked a ban list, although Kenya wasn't on it, but most of Africa was. Plus, I still think it's difficult, even if you're married, to get a visa and all that kind of stuff. So, lots of challenges involved.
And you're proving yourself, first of all, to your employees,
Yep,
and then to the greater market.
yep.
I know that could be challenging, especially with our attitude, because we don't like being, played around or pulled around, and that will happen.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure in Kenya, but that happens in Uganda.
Yes.
How are you able to keep your professional composure when somebody is not taking accountability after they promised something and didn't deliver it?
Yeah.
But you still need that person. You still need that entity, whether that entity gives you some level of accreditation or what's the word I'm looking for? Legitimacy. And they're not accountable for their mistakes. So instead of, because I've went off on people before.
Yeah, me too.
So how do you refrain from that when the person is not?
That's a tough thing. From my limited experience, like when I was doing the handover, I started having to kind of yell at some people, and I'm like, dang, am I being an entitled American person, or are they messing up? And so I'm really reluctant to chastise somebody doing business, but I really don't play generally. Like here, I don't have a lot of patience when people are playing around, but I always check myself when I'm in Kenya. I'll be trying to keep it cool because I don't know if it works the same way, especially Americans. We outspoken. Kenyans kind of quiet generally. They don't do conflict the same way, at least from my experience with the people I've dealt with. So I try not. I feel like now I'm being really mean, even though I feel like it's their business was messing up, but I try to check myself. My friend, a Kenyan woman, divorced her Swedish husband, and she got almost nothing. They only compelled him to provide for their son's school fees. But if he goes back to Sweden, then what happens? It's a documentary online messing with them Swedish and the Europeans. It's a documentary online where Somali Americans from the UK and Canada go to Kenya, marry Somalis from Eastleigh, and run back home. So they have services to track those men. How? I don't think the U.S. can mandate you pay, right? I don't know. When it comes to real estate, you never go wrong with Kenya, so you'll never be disappointed. That's how I'm feeling. Kenya is not the same way it was. What do you mean? Explain. I'm scared. You're scaring me.
Oh God. I'm asking you for the answer. It's a question.
You can't just say that ominous comment and not explain.
Not doing what they said they're going to do, but you still need this partner because it will legitimize you and it will take you further in the future.
My team.
Okay.
I vent to my team and be like, hey, you need to call them and tell them this is ridiculous. And see, my team.
Yeah, that's the thing. You need an anger translator in Kenya, I think, if you're doing business. Because I believe Dennis, they're pissing me off. Should I yell at them? He's like, I'll talk to him.
Been working with you long enough so they know when I'm irritated, and if I'm irritated and I get on you, now they got to make something happen. So I'm ex-military too. So I do like a lot of things.
Right.
Yeah, the wandering investor. This is a white dude. I seen a couple of his videos. That has been a big adjustment for me. I've definitely been way more patient with certain things here versus the state. Those are stories from members only. Yeah, we'll get into it. Yeah, I'll be trying to chill. I'm definitely patient. Like, what if we go out to eat some I'm gonna make a video about this, like how to go to a restaurant in Kenya, because it's mostly the same and I think it's really good, but there are some differences. Like sometimes you might have to flag the waiter down, and in the US people be upset, with so many restaurants in Nairobi. Would be coming there and starting a restaurant a bad idea? Is the restaurant business there overrated? But I think you mean oversaturated. You're gonna have to bring an A game. Someone dropped an idea about doing American style barbecue restaurant. That is probably a good idea. But if you haven't been to Kenya before, the restaurants are really good. So don't think you can come and just be mediocre. That's member content. What? I need to know. Can we get some more people in the membership? We got to get like 20, 25 people in there. So that, because it can't be in a live by myself or with, with a couple people is cool. If we're going to all drop the link and everyone's going to be talking and sharing experience, that could be cool. I heard Wicked's show is partnering with Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar says things I agree with. Dr. Umar is entertaining. I'm not knocking the partnership because he brings attention to things. Dr. Umar also has a school that he's been fundraising for 10 years, and some reason they left the door unlocked and it got all wrecked. And then he says we need $100,000 for an electrician, and then he can't find an HVAC person. It's a red flag, and then you're fundraising off of it. I don't love that, but I guess that's my thoughts. Dr. Umar, run from that guy. I didn't say it. I'm new to the internet stuff and live streaming. You got to be really careful because you can't just be letting things fly. You should think before you speak, although you got to be entertaining and keep, not just be sitting here and being boring. Again, I don't want to bring anybody down. I want to be a positive, uplifting person. And if I don't agree or don't like something, that don't mean I need to be trying to tear them down or whatever. So I'm just sharing. I'm trying to figure out my space in that when people ask questions like that, Uncle Reggie, let's go. He look like somebody I know. Is that? Wow, what? You look real familiar. That's crazy. But I appreciate the joining the membership.
I like this right here. I like this right here.
Blood hell.
That's dope. I really appreciate it, man. We're gonna deliver on the value for sure. I see O'Shea interviewing you soon. I'm gonna wait to go to Uganda. Hopefully, I'm telling you, Kenganda and the Repat Podcast is probably one of the most important things for me. Like, I've watched almost every single thing that they've done because I pull so much information from even the little things, even when they're talking about dating or like whatever, like different cultural things. I like the guy Master Gabs for sure too. I wish he would be on there more often, but I think he's doing his own thing as well. But yeah, it'd be really crazy to get up there. But I got to get my status, my credibility up. I gotta accomplish more things, I think. Ryan, have fun. Are you telling me not to settle down? Is that what you're trying to do? Shay, what's going on, man? Shay is quite integrated in Kenya so far. He's probably somebody we need to talk to and get his experience.
A certain kind of way. And
Yes.
so again, I gotta go back to my team. If I get frustrated, I will vent to them and they'll get on it and make it happen. Because if I go yell at them, that aggression does not work in Kenya.
Yeah, don't.
That it works against you.
And now, as a female, also, do you think
Yeah,
that
I was
also?
gonna say
Exactly.
that.
Okay, let's talk
So
about that.
You're
I've
not
done
trying to hear that
where
from
I've
her.
literally went into meetings and I'm like, we got to get this done.
Mhm.
I'm talking like that. And they're just
Yeah, they probably are confused. Like, why is this lady speaking like this? Which is tough, you know, for a lady trying to do business.
looking like, yes, we're gonna sign it. Yes, we'll get back to you. And this culture is very passive aggressive. Kenyans don't come for me in the comment section. But
it's like Uganda, yeah.
yeah,
Very similar.
very passive aggressive. So instead of telling me up front, no, I got to email you 70,000 times for you to be like, oh yeah, no, we're not gonna go with that.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I've learned the hard way because
Yes.
you also have to adjust yourself.
That's why you need a team.
A lot of Americans aren't, and
You got to learn the culture real deep, which is probably almost impossible to fully understand because the way that people do things is ingrained since they're like a baby, like the culture and how you're supposed to go and the nuance and the looks and the tone and the rhythm that you speak and what you say, like they're all compounding factors. And if you're from somewhere else, you could just be way out of tone, out of touch, you can't even communicate even though you speak the same language. So the team sounds like the way to go. And that's why I always recommend when you're doing the real estate stuff to have an agent that can speak for you at certain times and negotiations, things like that. Because even though you're saying the same language, they're hearing you differently.
They feel they're entitled.
Mm-hmm.
We do come off as entitled people
Mm-hmm.
if you don't relearn or immerse and integrate into to the local community.
That's been my
Sometimes it will work against you, especially I'll go get our aggressiveness. Let's get it done now. That's not how it works here.
Mm-hmm.
It really is Hakuna Matata. Like
I have gotten results by strategically being a bit aggressive before, though. You know, it has worked. Although the lady I was with, when I was kind of telling somebody something in a very assertive way, was like, yo, that was kind of a lot. But then the thing got done. But I'm a guy, so I don't know if a lady can get that off the same way. Are Kenyans chill? I think most Kenyans are chill, but let's be careful with generalizations, obviously. But I would say the culture is more chill in general, and aggression is probably more frowned upon. We can't utilize the American culture in foreign lands. It won't work. Go there and melt. I think that our like efficiency or us wanting to be quick and get shit done is an advantage because they be chilling sometimes. I'm like, oh, we gotta get this done. Let's go. Now, to motivate and get other people to move, you can't treat people that way, but your attitude of like, let's get shit done is good for business, I think. And there are Kenyans that are like, oh, like I think younger Kenyans that I've talked to, because I've had some conversations, they appreciate that attitude. I think because the culture is different, they're not that comfortable executing that way, but secretly, I think they want someone to push, so that we can win. No, I'm very aggressive and I get things done. The business style was like a Taco Bell, Subway, or Chipotle style restaurant, which is you pick your toppings and quick serve. I think one reality that you have to wrestle with is that there is a big wealth divide. And so Chipotle's kind of like the concept is like a mid grade, because it's above like regular fast food. I don't know how the mid income category works in Kenya. But again, I really don't know what I'm talking about necessarily other than my observations. But I think that middle and quick service, see, we appreciate speed. But I'm telling you, I'm at Carrefour and the line takes forever because M-Pesa takes slightly longer to send and confirm. And I find myself sitting there like, let's go. Like, this is taking forever. This is like inefficient. And it probably only takes another 15 to 30 seconds or something. But so when I want to get in and out, but I think that's a me American thing. I don't think if you bring that to Kenya, will they appreciate the speed and efficiency of it? Because that's fast casual that you're speaking about, basically. Also, you're competing with a street food vendor that's probably 1,000,000 times cheaper and is also fast or can be fast. So what's that look like? I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas. I don't know. You know, hopefully this is what I'm saying from the beginning in the introduction is right now I'm kind of a conduit for ideas and perspectives that I have. And that's really like, you got to take that and do your research. But that's where I'm coming from with it. Plausible things you need to learn the balance between being firm and generally being aggressive. Yeah. The word aggressive versus firm and stuff, that's the nuance. I'm a PMP, so yeah. Yo, are you on the Henny tonight or something? What's good? I thought Tanzanians are chill, Kenyans are more like Americans. I think that in East Africa, that would be the comparison, but Americans are way more faster than even Nairobians. But Tanzanians would say that Kenyans are real fast. But as an American going to Nairobi, it doesn't feel that fast. The streets feel kind of fast, but again, New York City, nah. Oh, project management professional, PMP. Why did I think you were saying something way different? Nerd Novatech, what's going on, man? How are you? Levi Reed, please watch a Kenyan podcast called Financially Incorrect. A lot of Kenyan entrepreneurs explain how to maneuver that space that you're trying to get into. Oh wow, I need to follow them as well. I like that.
I like this right here.
Restaurant is a good idea. However, note that mainstream fast food chains are a buzz now in Kenya, especially for Gen Z. Yeah, KFC, they being and what is Chicken Inn, Domino's, Debonair, Subway, etc. Yeah, I feel like the prices though. I've never went to I don't go to those places because why the heck would I do that as an American? I know what that is. I like new experiences. But that's interesting. But does Gen Z have the income to support these businesses? That's a question that I'm actually asking. I don't know. Ryan, you don't say. But what am I not saying?
I'm asking you for the answer. It's a question.
Just take your time.
Take your time.
So
is big.
I tried to find that equal balance by leaning on my team to guide me to. Sometimes I just go ahead and do it, and it'll work in my favor. But sometimes I have to lean on my team and be like, "Hey, yo, what should I do? Should we go there?" And they'll be like, "No, Miss Waukesha, we'll take care of it for you, and we'll get it done."
Okay. You said you have your business has grown 300%.
Yeah, this is something I don't like is that for some reason Kenyans will let foreigners act that way. That I probably get a pass as well. But yeah, I don't like that. I've seen that before. African Americans are cool. Black, all cool. Also like the live. Thank you. Being aggressive works for me in Kenya pretty well. I do not babysit them, but perhaps works better for me because I was born here but lived in America for long. Yeah, you probably could split the difference in the middle. Drive-through fast food restaurants, like car washes, and maybe laundromats, maybe good businesses. Laundromat. They just hang the clothes.
Since you've been here. And
hanging the clothes is free. Now you got to pay to dry your clothes. I think in Kenya, they're like, why do you need a dryer? The clothes will just dry. You put them out. But me, like at my Airbnb, I might get a dual washer dryer because if I'm like in a studio or whatever I'm at, where the heck am I putting the clothes? Now I got the clothes on the balcony. I don't like it. I know you can hang them up on the rooftop and stuff like that. I don't like that.
And, you know, we talk about Africa, we talk about opportunity to grow.
Yeah.
So when you look at Kenya, what do you think the opportunity to grow is for you in the next 10 years?
Wow, man, massive growth. Right now, the majority of our clients are U.S. and then some of the Kenyan diasporans are hitting us up as well.
Okay.
For relocation, travel, medical tourism, things like that, business development. But locally, I mean, we are now going to open up a luxury spa in December here. And the luxury market here is, I mean, booming because contrary to some other countries, developing countries, Kenya has a very strong middle class.
Yeah.
It's very visible. And so even when we have our clients who say, I want to live like a local.
That's a big thing, is that there is a middle class. So I was saying that it's a little sparse, but it's like it is a thing for sure. Because when you go out to certain restaurants, there's Kenyans there. They might be on their lunch hour or whatever. I think that's for like an entrepreneur or business person, that is a very attractive thing because a strong middle class gives you a lot more opportunities for doing a lot of different business. Ryan, Melindy, I feel it. Yeah, Melindy. I use the dual washer dryer in my Airbnb. Also use the dry cleaning service here in Kenya. Oh, dry cleaning's cool because then I don't have to worry about it. Thank you. Plausible things.
Well, most locals are middle class. So
most.
you're not coming
Nairobi,
and living like, you know what I mean? And so
yeah, but a lot of people in Nairobi that are like running around during the day are from outside the city, from my understanding. And if you live in Nairobi, you probably have some money though, but outside, I don't think so. And I'm not saying that she doesn't know that. I'm just kind of clarifying from my perspective.
For me, tapping into the local market and being able to garner you local consumers is definitely a huge market for.
I'm not coming back once I go to Melindy. We'll see. I didn't enjoy myself that much in Mombasa, but that's different.
Agriculture, forget about it. Processing of agricultural goods is something. Manufacturing is huge. Tourism is always going to be there. There's really unique ways to go about tourism, like the young lady you had on your podcast.
There's so many good demographics in Kenya, which is part of the reason why I ended up there, because I see the demographic factors and conditions for the country that makes it really interesting above just visiting and the people and everything, is also that there's opportunity.
As before, love her. She has a unique way to go about tourism. And a plethora of things, healthcare, education. There's just so many opportunities. Forget about it. Kenya is the frontier right now. Nairobi for sure.
when you talk about like,
I know some Kenyans that didn't appreciate Khalees saying that it's the frontier. And I don't think we mean it like a colonizer way, but I've also in my mind have said it's like a frontier. It's like a new place I can go and be free and have opportunity. And there's the sky's the limit. You're in the US, you need $1 million to do anything interesting and have an impact. You're a tiny fish in a huge ocean. Kenya, you can really have a big impact. I think that's the thing that I'm trying to emphasize. You mean why? Well, the heat was cool on the coast. What is there to do?
Now I know you have some problems, maybe collaborating with people in partnerships.
Yep.
But just collaborating in the Nairobian business community, how has that been for you? And how has
it's been good. Like all of the hotels that we are in partnership, has been really, really good. You met one of she was at the network. Shout out to Mary George, the big boss over there at Holiday and Two Rivers and Fairmount.
Dennis says, do Gen Z have financial power? Yes. So what are their jobs? Like what's like their income? What's their situation look like? That's something that I would like to understand more. Just 1% of their business is fine. It's also futuristic. Millennials are now health conscious.
They treat us like royalty.
Really? Oh, she was there.
She was there. Yeah, you met her. She was there. She had the short haircut.
Was I drunk already?
Probably. But maybe you left. I don't know.
Yeah,
anyway, but she was at the networking event. They treat us like royalty. All of the vendors that we work through and with through our tourism.
You keep telling me to have fun. What you trying to say, man? We'll send you contacts. Okay.
Do the travel part that we do have been amazing. Even just dealing with local vendors in Kibra. We use a driver school in Kibra for our relocation program.
Okay. For Americans to come back and learn how to drive.
That's a part of our relocation program.
That's great.
Yeah, we help them transfer their license from stateside to Kenya. Like, no. We have a very, very robust. No one has it except John doing his thing.
We don't have any gun at all.
In terms of Nairobi Traverse Coaches is the only company that offer 120-day relocation integration services that have all those components.
Okay.
Household goods shipment, the shipment companies that we were working with, absolutely amazing.
That's very impressive.
We do house manager sourcing. We're partnered with a company that help us help our clients interview the people that they're going to be having coming in the house and clean and cook and things like that. Oh yeah, we do all of that. The schools, we're in partnership with a few schools, so that if we have to enroll children that are moving here to Kenya,
in the window.
They've been excellent. So no, it's been really, really good. Again, while I am the owner and founder of the company, again, I lean on my team. I cannot say that enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. So you have a tour. How often do you have tours here?
Yeah. So every month, we have group tours available.
Mm-hmm.
Here lately, group travel has not even been a thing. It's been relocation and investigative tours. And then of course we have the JBE coming up, the Journey Back to Eden.
Okay. When is that?
December.
Last thing I would say is if you're African-American and you want to move to Kenya or interested, what are the steps you give?
Yeah.
What would you give somebody?
Before she answers that, if you are interested in moving, I find her offering pretty compelling. Unless you're a frontiersman like myself, you want to figure everything out and learn the hard way. Although I'm pretty good, so I haven't crashed out on any issues. But the legal stuff, it could be a thing. But I don't want to be paying top tier prices. But for most people, this seems like a service that, if you're serious, probably should the investigative thing you should probably start with for sure.
So the first thing that I do is we have to find out your mindset, especially diasporans. Conditioning is a thing. And so what we don't want you to do is jump off the porch. Yeah, you're absolutely not ready to relocate. Relocating is a luxury. Why is that? One, when you're relocating to Kenya, it's an upgrade. You're not going backwards. This is an upgrade from where you're coming from. Why am I saying that? The cost of living, you're going to pay a fraction of the price.
Yes.
Your healthcare is going to be better. Education for your kids, diverse and
You think better health care? I think it could be better versus what you may have access to in the States, depending on insurance and stuff.
better curriculum, safety, the quality of life, peace, joy, and integrative family connected with your roots.
How else does someone get an upgrade but pay less? Ain't that crazy? I think that's the most compelling thing, is that I agree. You get an upgrade in your life, and once you're established and stabilized, you would be paying less than what you're paying in the States. But this is the big challenge for probably many people, is how do you sustain your income or have a way to make money is probably the big problem. Uncle Reggie, remember, many Americans don't have $1,000 saved. Exactly. And a flight's about 1,000 or more, depending on where you're coming from. So that's the challenge, right? And then she's talking about, to get all your legal stuff, it might be 10K USD. I have spoken to people that have spent maybe half that, but they haven't completed the process. So you're probably looking at least 5 to 10K to get your residency stuff or whatever you need.
That's an upgrade.
Yes.
And so with that, it costs.
Okay.
Right. And so the first thing we do is to identify your motivation for relocating. Then the second thing is, can you sustain yourself? If you cannot, you disqualify right there. We will not relocate you.
Oh,
so
wow.
what we're not going to do is set you up for failure, and then have you move to the country and become a
blame you.
liar.
Gonna be on YouTube like, I'm broke,
and start blaming
pay
me
for my
or the
flight.
country as a problem.
Okay.
And you need to be an asset to a developing country.
Preach.
As opposed to a liability.
Preach.
Yes.
I wish I had an organ. I would get on it.
Yeah, right. And
like
so once we identify those two things and you don't qualify, we're done. But if you qualify for those things, then we have to find out if you qualify to be legally in the country.
So let me ask you this.
Yes.
What if I don't?
So after this, I'm going to drop the link. If anybody wants to come up, we'll talk about some open topics. There was 2 things: Tattoo City and why I chose Kenya. I don't know if Freedom's still here, but we'll see if he's still here later. And then we'll just have some combos. I think it's worth it to get done correctly. Yeah, but like, with administrative stuff, yes, it's worth it if you don't know what you're doing or can't figure stuff out. So yes, it's worth it if that's your only option. But you're paying multiple middlemen to get your stuff together. That's just something that people should be aware of.
Qualify, right? You say I don't qualify.
Yeah.
And if I say, listen, what can you, maybe I don't qualify now.
Yes.
But I can work on myself.
Yes.
And come back and be qualified.
Correct.
So what if I don't qualify right now?
Yeah, you can come back.
Okay, so what would you tell me I need to do to be qualified?
Yeah, so if you can't sustain yourself, we need to find out some financial ways to sustain yourself.
Okay.
You might need to create a business before arriving here, and so that you can build up, you know what I mean, your credibility and some money coming in, or you create an LLC in the States. Now they have the digital nomad permit. So you can literally live and work here on the digital nomad with your own LLC in the States. So there's other options to get you prepared.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have like investments, I mean, you're going to need like a remote job or something.
Just need to have that in advance.
Okay, good. So you can still work with me if I don't qualify, but
yes,
I can work on myself in the States and become
correct.
Okay,
yes.
Great. So let's say if I do qualify, then what?
Yeah, so then we have to identify which permit that you qualify for, because we don't want to be relocating people and having them in the country illegally. like being on a tourist visa, living permanently.
Going out the country, coming back.
Yeah, you
take my passport to the border.
Right. And here's the thing: Kenya is becoming more digital as the day go by, and so immigration is now tracking these things. And so we got to make sure that you're not living here permanently on a tourist visa.
Don't do that. Don't be a legal immigrant.
That can catch up with you when you do get yourself in a position to apply for a permanent permit or visa. They could be tracking and being like, "Hey, hold on, you've been here for some odd." We deny him.
Yeah. So, for example, I need the same things that she's talking about right now. And again, for people that aren't that savvy, don't have experience, I think it makes sense. My plan, I just want to interview and find the right immigration attorney. And this is the thing: if you don't know how to weed people out, then yeah, I mean, you could get scammed or just overpay or overcharged, even by attorneys. So, probably using her service is much more guaranteed. But for me, I can find an attorney that can do what I need them to do, without the premium. And again, I'm not trying to like undermine what she's saying, because at the same time, a lot of people are not qualified to make these decisions for themselves. So they do need a service for sure. Kenya, like many African countries, are the land of the middlemen. Well, YouTube is also the land of the middleman. Not saying that she is, but just in general, like, you could be paying for a lot of referrals, right? You got to find the source.
Right. Because you've already been living in the country illegally. Right. So then we identify, can we get you in the country legally? Then we proceed with the process of identifying whether you need household goods shipped.
You dang sure should be doing things the right way, though. And also, see, like she's talking about shipping your goods. I wouldn't. That would take a long time to figure out, So if someone knows how to do it already, that's where the value comes for that. Because goodness gracious, shipping all my stuff and making sure it don't get lost, that would be a lot.
Man,
why not just sell it all? Why would you ship your stuff?
We supply 30-day temporary housing while you do our 30-day integration program, where every day for 30 days, we're integrating you in different sessions of our relocation program. One of those things is our permanent home finding process. We offer 3 real estate tours within your 30 days, and we show you between 9 to 15 properties tailored to your needs and your budget. We also do the VIP medical. So we also we take you on tours of 3 of the hospitals.
That's important, because if you don't figure out what you're going to do, if you need medical, when something happens, it's not the time to try to figure out where you need to go.
We're in partnership with you. Sit down with the head doctor, nurses. We identify your primary care doctor, your dentist, OBGYN specialist, all of those things. And then really cool. We also help you get life insurance, health insurance, things of that nature, so on and so forth. But it's an entire experience. Once you get here, we just don't just drop you off, because that's not relocation. Anybody could find a place to stay on Airbnb. That's not relocation. We take care of your immigration.
That is the thing. Like, what she's offering is like definitely a value. It's just like, do you need it or not, right? But some of those things, like that, there's probably a hole in my travels, right? Because I don't know about the healthcare like that. So if I broke my leg, I'm gonna have to figure some things out pretty quick.
It's a whole program.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you dropped a lot of gems.
Sorry.
I have. We're the only one with the Repat Podcast. I can't be like her, but we're the only Repat podcast so far.
Yeah.
So we love to talk to people who have. I would say like this: we don't have this in Uganda, and it's way advanced. Like what you're telling me is, I'm like, wow, these are some of the things that we don't have in Uganda at all. And so I can tell you really, really thought about this.
Yep.
And where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find us on tverse.com, at our website. You can also find us at all of our social media handles, Traverse Culture with a Z. You can also call us at our 1-800 number that's located on our website, and email us if you have any questions. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It was a great episode. We out.
I think that's pretty awesome. I think a lot of people do need that service, you know, and yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I'm excited. I thought she covered a lot of things that were interesting, like getting your money together before you come. And I'm looking for the link here. So, welcome, Ryan, back in July. Advice: do ground check by yourself on real estate investments. Oh yeah, come on now. Then get an accredited expert later to take. What do you mean? But yeah, I'm big on checking out in person for sure. I'm dropping the link if you guys want to come up, chat about whatever. Essentially, she does what multinational corporations do for their staff when they're posted to different countries, helping them settle. Seems like more than that, because some of them do have like classes for cultural integration and stuff. I know in the military, when I got to Germany, they would, I had a class and it told you about culture shock and how to order and tipping and a lot of things that you kind of need to get around. But this, to even like meeting the hospital people and the primary care doctor and things like that, super important. Plus, Americans, y'all can't be illegally immigrating when they kicking people out of the U.S. Like you can't be hypocrites. If you give them some tea, those immigration issues can disappear. I understand that. That's kind of what I'm getting at, is like, there's different ways to do things, so you don't gotta go crazy. And because I've done consultations with people who have already started I think the investor visa is a Schedule K. Most of them are doing like a retirement visa, and they spent thousands of dollars. And I'm like, why don't you sit on the ETA for a while and just travel? Because you legitimately, like, when I go in January, I want to start going to other countries anyway. I was thinking about going to Ethiopia. Zimbabwe is on my list for some reason as well. Tanzania, obviously, South Africa. But you stay for your 90 days, then go somewhere for a couple weeks, come back. Now the 5-year ETA restarts. So why not do that? What's wrong with doing that? If you give them some tea, that's funny. That's pretty much what I got for today. The weather's not that good. I was planning to float around in my pool for the rest of the evening or afternoon, do a cookout by myself, nice peaceful cookout, and just relax. I'm really just biding my time till I get on my flight to Kenya. I posted on my Instagram the other day. I'll put my Instagram thing here. Follow me on Instagram if you'd like. My mind and my heart is in Kenya, and it's been hard for me because I'm just ready to go on to. I got so many plans, so much excitement, so many things to do, and it's just, like I was saying earlier, I went out to the Melanin Market thing at the park, and I saw my friend out there. But other than that, I was like, everybody's a little standoffish. It's there's so much friction to talk to people. I'm just like, this is not it. I'm going home. I'm out of here. If I was in Kenya, we'd be having I'd be meeting people. I mean, you can still do it in the US. It's just not. It's not the same vibe, But I don't know. What do you guys want to talk about? I know everyone always wants to talk to me about the ladies, but I'm trying to save it because I'm toxic, low key, I've been doing good, but I've been struggling at the same time. And I'm having an existential crisis about how to be. So that's going to be another piece of content. We'll talk about the divorce laws and all that, because that's a big concern here in the U.S. Because the best way to go broke is get married as a guy. Go ahead and do it if you want to. Well, I mean, if you get a prenup, you should be okay. Can you do a prenup in Kenya? Is that a valid thing? Do they recognize that? Do you even need one? I don't know. But I really just, I want to expose people to the ideas, the potential, and they can run with it as far as they can go. I'll continue sharing my experiences. I'm so interested in so many different things. This new trip is going to be good. I'm getting a better laptop because I was on like a work laptop last time editing. It was hell. So I'll be able to do more content, hopefully edit it better. It's always funny because some of these videos get long and I'm like, I don't know if they should be that long. Or maybe I'll like do a shorter version, not a short, but like, so one of the pieces of content is going to be like a series. What can you get for 20K? What can you get for 50K? What can you get for 100K? What can you get for 200K? Whatever. And the videos have been starting with us in the car and kind of doing an introduction, showing a little bit of the drive. We'll have our little conversation in the beginning. Should it just be at the property? Hey, Ryan here at this property is $50,000. This is what you can get. This is the area, and just get into it. Or do you like the more vlog type style where it's showing some more stuff? Because I could just show the property, what I like, didn't like, and make it way shorter. I don't know. I don't know what people are looking for. And that's the funny thing doing content in Kenya, because there's not that much, so I want to have the best content for what you're looking for within the fields that I cover, just so people have the best content that they get to see. I will say members only is going to be really fun, especially when I get out there, because, I could be a little toxic. I just don't want to share that on here, Oh, the vlog style is cool. Okay. Yeah, because sometimes I get bored. I'm like, oh, okay, so skip through this. But other people want to see everything. So I don't know. I'm not really toxic though, by the way, guys. I'm just kind of I'm just saying. I don't know. Like I said before, you got like the little demon and the little angel on your shoulders, and it's like, do I want to be good? Check out Marina and Kisumu. Yeah, I haven't been all the way to Kisumu yet. I don't know if I'm going to get out there on this trip. That's the other. So I want to do the coast and then all the stuff by Lake Victoria, right? So Kisumu is over there, and waterfront property by Africa's largest lake. Can they change the name of Lake Victoria, please? Who's in charge of that? The Gulf of America? If Trump could do it, y'all can do it too. Why is this lake in Africa named after an English queen? And Victoria Falls? Come on, guys. And get rid of them wigs in the court. We don't like that either. I know, maybe I'm sounding like an entitled American with too many opinions, but come on, guys. Y'all can't like that. So that traveling is a lot for me. Like once I'm in my box, I just be liking my box. I like going to the places I like to go to. You might find me at Oyster Bay. You might find me at the location very frequently. A couple other restaurants, definitely CJ's. CJ's is ridiculous. I'm there all the time. Although now I have like my permanent spot, so I think we're gonna do some more food shopping and stuff like that. But I ain't trying to cook, so unless there's a nice young lady doing a lot of that, I'm not cooking there all the time. So we'll see. Unfortunately, not many people nowadays have a long attention span, so clipping your videos into 25 minutes is long. I think I should be at 8-9 minutes. The name is Nam Lowe. Only non-locals call it Lake Victoria. Oh, okay. I've never heard. Well, no one's really ever said it. CJ's, I know, but CJ's give me too much food. I gotta lose 40 pounds. Okay, let's be real. I'm trying to maintain all the muscle I have and just lose weight, which is a little challenging. CJ's at my village is my favorite. At Village Market? Oh, are you? I haven't been to the Village Market one. I try to do other stuff when I end up over at Village Market, but Village Market is my favorite place. I like the Daily Cafe at Sarit. That's a nice spot. The food there is really good. A lot of these places, I do realize you got the Instagram places. Kenyans get hype on a place on social media, and they'll have ambiance, like the thing with the pink tree. I forget which spot that is. Everyone likes to take pictures there, but it'd be kind of mid, the food. You know? How is Kisumu? Are there things to do for folks in their late 30s? That's my thing. Outside of Nairobi, is there a Oyster Bay type vibe out there? Where's the lounge at? Are people there? I need the vibes when I'm out. I'm not trying to hang it up and just disappear and not hear no noise. Just call them by their African name instead of Victoria Falls Club. See, look, you got a different name that you're calling it than Spartacus. This is what I'm saying. All this information is confusing. Mosi Oyatonya. Indians beat their employees in Kenya. That's not acceptable at all. That's not cool. The lake is too big and every community calls it by a different name, over 20 different names. See, that's the thing. Why don't y'all stand up to that one? I think they are, though. Take it easy. Yeah, that's a lot. Let me drop the link one more time. I don't know. Oh, well, I'll talk about Tattoo City one more time. A lot of you guys probably seen what I was saying, but I don't like, first of all, it's privately owned by some New Zealand company that is building cities in Africa. I think it's a lot of hype. I do think it has potential. Yes, building from the ground up, having sewage systems and more modern infrastructure is cool. But right now, it reminds me of like an American suburb that's dead, where there's no people, there's no energy, there's nothing going on, and it's a lot of hype. There is a apartment tower they're building, which I think will have beautiful views and could be really nice. But you're also like 45 minutes from Nairobi, and you're probably way longer during traffic. And what's there to do out there? Because those restaurants that they show you in the video, like the Kenyan Historian, them places got no energy either. I know there's that club, Omari Hardwick or whatever, has some stake in. There's not enough people. So maybe if you get enough people over there, it could be interesting. I see a lot of businesses or warehouses over there for the tax break. I like Nairobi. I don't know. You know, and then if I'm going to live somewhere, I kind of want to live on my own estate. I don't want to be really in a community like that, but a lot of Kenyans do. But if I'm going to be out, like outside, like in, further away, I like a ranch. Like I'm thinking, I have an idea of like 10, 20 acres, have a ranch, have a farm, have a house, like a ranch house, a country house. And then you have your apartment in the city. And that's why I want like a nice truck so I can navigate anywhere, put some Starlink on that thing, have the internet wherever you're going. Just, I'm into being resourceful. So, having supplies, having all your stuff together. That's kind of the lifestyle I'm thinking. Having an apartment in the city, having a place on the coast, and maybe having a ranch house somewhere in Malindi, or even somewhere along Mombasa Highway, Mombasa, Nairobi. Thank you. I'm Kenyan. I always wonder with that name, although it shares a border with Uganda, so it has to be collective. Yeah. They got, I guess I agree. Unless you're Trump, you just, This ain't the Gulf of Mexico. This is the Gulf of America. Just change it on your maps, and maybe other people will adopt it. I don't know. Like, how does that work? It is just a name, right? It's just what people decide to call it. But okay, so 2 hours, 50 minutes. I'll hang out for 10 more minutes just to see what's going on. I'll bring this in if you guys want to support that way. I'm really excited about speaking to the professionals. I am hyping it up, so I'm going to have to do some work and find these people, because I'm telling you, Kenyans be so shy. Like, I think these attorneys, especially they're a little bit older, they don't understand the internet like that, and they get real worried. I need someone that's going to give us that's going to be loose enough where I can ask them some real questions, because I got a lot of questions. Immigration, marriage, business licensing, taxes. We're going to cover all that stuff. Sounds boring, but for anybody that is in a similar boat to me that's looking to do more than just party for 2 weeks in Kenya, this stuff is going to be really useful. I even think local Kenyans or people that have been there for a while could get some benefits. Oh, someone's being toxic. Oh, you're trying to get me in trouble. Hold on. I see that comment. Hold on. Exactly. Ranch, lake house, condo. Yeah.
I like this right here.
That's the vibe. But remember, we got to pay cash for all this stuff. So, it's a little bit slower. But I could sell some stuff in the U.S. and just convert it. But that's the thing. I got 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Am I going to go all the way in? I don't know. I'm kind of a chill person. Kisumu is more laid back, good for a retiring class. See, why do you want to retire? Just go die somewhere and not be around no people and have nothing going on. I don't get it. I'm 60 years old. I still want to be doing, like, y'all just making a coffin for yourselves. I don't get it. A good weekend getaway for 30-year-old. Yeah, but weekend for what? You just sit there and look at a lake? I could do that for a weekend, yes. But that's a big investment just to do that. Not a place to live. Maybe jet ski on the lake. Not sounding appealing for me. You guys can do whatever you want. All for kicks. Come on now. Oh no, my soundboard is tripping out. I need that. Hold on. Soundboard crashed. Is it? Your picture look like Vern Ingram, but I can't tell because it says Uncle Reggie. Thank you for the super chat. My soundboard's messing up. I appreciate you. There we go. Until I bring up the real soundboard. Hey, it crashed again. Well, thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, what's up with this question, though? Have you given any thought to being poly while in Kenya? We got to get the membership up for that answer. I got a lot of thoughts about a lot of things. Are Nairobi ladies into that? I don't think so. Your thoughts on World War III by your president? Oh man, that's another one you can't talk about, because them people that we be fighting for, you can't talk about them people. The internet will shut right off if I say anything about them, the people that, So, no, I don't agree. There's no reason to be bombing nobody over there. The beef they have is not with us, even though they say death to America. The only reason they say death to America is because how we be doing stuff over there that we really don't need to. But I don't want to get into that too much because again, that's the real way to get canceled. No, I cannot pronounce that. For Lake Victoria by Bantu. Yeah, but now I'm low by Lewis. Yeah. Wow, did you just say you're 60? No, I'm saying when I'm 60. I know I said that wrong. When I'm 60, I think I'll still want to live my life, is what I'm saying. I'm 37. She said I had to ask. What? Jamani. Oh man. The poly thing, I mean, when you have a lot of options and good options, I'm not just meaning like they're cool for a day, but you really like people. How do you choose? Should you have to choose when, you know, you build yourself up to have the options, you know? Then you're supposed to just not have them anymore. Yeah, Ryan is bringing a ton of value. Love these high level conversations. Oh, appreciate you, bro. Thank you. Why is my soundboard?
I like this right here.
Hey, okay, it's working now.
I like this right here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, let me change this. Boom. Okay. Easy work. Okay, that's good to know. But as far as Victory Falls is known. Oh, Victoria Falls. Well, oh no, okay. Where am I at? Sounds like an invite at all for kicks. Yeah, man. What you trying to pull up? We have a good time. Oh, and soundboard keep going out. Yeah, man. Work on your private pilot license. Good thing about Kenya is the hundreds random airstrips, airports. Oh, them small airplanes. It's a good way to end your life early. But that would be pretty cool if you get a little airplane, right? It's a Black American YouTuber got 2 Kikuyus in Kenya. He was interviewed by another YouTuber a year ago. Well, drop the link. Drop the link right now. We're gonna react to that video. What? Also, I don't believe these guys. These guys. There's a lot of dustiness in a lot of these. You know what is funny? Now I've been doing a lot of research on YouTube. I see a lot of dusty behaviors coming to Kenya, and it's embarrassing. Options that uncle. I mean, man. I'm supposed to just pick. But I believe in a stable household. That's the thing that holds me back from the whole poly thing and all that. And that could be too much. On one end, it sounds appealing, but it has to work, and you need to be. If you could have a stable household and do it, it's cool. But I don't want instability because I think it's bad for kids. Okay, and that's actually like you start having kids. I think that they need to be prioritized, so not your own needs and wants all the time. Even though it sounds intriguing. If your girl is okay with poly, would you go for it? Yeah, probably. But I don't like the fact that she got to approve. What? I'm the man. I'm making that decision. No. But yeah, I wouldn't like. Again, they got it. They can't hate it. They are paid actors. I watch them. Yeah. See, I wanted to review that because I'm telling you, these guys come to Kenya for 2 weeks with a gold chain on, and they got some Jordans, but they broke and dusty, and they just they be tricking the ladies, but they really some pooky behavior. I've been seeing it. It's cringing me. And I mean, they have a right to do whatever they want to do, but just yuck. Ugh. Money makes people do strange stuff. Be principled. Yeah, it makes people. I think they're strange before they have money, though. They just execute on strangeness because they got money, right? Because they couldn't be that way till they had some money. Passport pook. Oh man, they come into Kenya. Man, I don't like it. I think it's in one aspect I get it, but on the other side, I become kind of protective about Kenya, which is weird because it don't belong to me. But I know these niggas, okay? I know these niggas, and it's just. And the thing is, Kenyans have like an appreciation for like hip hop culture, but what I realize is, and I've had these conversations, they don't really know what it means like that. So they like the music, they don't take it that serious. They don't realize it's antisocial behavior, okay? Let's just keep it real. And I don't mean antisocial like you don't talk to people, but it's literally like antisocial, like socialization of an environment. It's not good. They actually hate being referred to. Yeah, because now people have caught on that a lot of these guys is kind of goofy. And I'm not talking about anybody specifically. It's a mentality, and they should stick to DR. Stay over there, okay? Because the flight's way cheaper. You know, I know what they want to leave them seats all over and run like they do back home. Yo, gosh, that's a lot. It's just, you know. Vern, what's going on, man? It's been a long time. Thanks for popping in. That's crazy. But and I don't want to knock, like, if I was a young man, I want to travel. But I think it's the intent. They have, because you could travel and want to have a good time. That's cool. But they have a bit of a usurious intent that I don't like. I've seen way more, whatever the white equivalent to Passport Bros in Kenya. Yeah, okay, at the coast. So if you go to the coast, you will see really grotesque European dudes with a stained wife beater with some nice, attractive Kenyan women. And the guys smoking a cigarette, just messing up the vibe in the place. I don't like to see that. I don't like to see it at all. So yes, the stuff the Europeans, and they got weird fetishes and all that stuff. I trust me, the ladies have told me stories, and they don't really get it because I'm telling you, some of these guys are trying to live this colonization lifestyle back. They're trying to go back to the 1700s. So, and the Kenyan ladies, they see some white people, they like, they are into it. Ryan, you are so perfect of protected. Yeah, man, I don't like it. And because the Kenyan ladies are so nice, and I think they're naive, and they're predisposed to thinking Western things are better. And so it's easy for them to be misled in a way that I don't think is cool. I mean, it's fine if you're keeping it real, but they think these guys are like, and they're, but also, and this is something I had to learn, is class is hard or, I don't mean just class like economic, but like what level you're on as a person. is hard to detect in other countries right away until you understand the culture. So the women aren't understanding that some of these pookies coming over are like, they're bums, okay? Let's just keep it real. So a lot of them are bums. And they think that they're not bums because they don't know the culture. But also, I've been in situations and didn't know that the ladies that you might run into are not on the same level either. It's a little bit different for a guy though, but still, what I've realized is you gotta stay on your level. You go down too many levels, this is gets a little weird. Yes, Garrett, they need to stick to DR, Thailand, and Colombia. I tried to post a link, but it's not showing up on your timeline. Oh, what's it? Put the name of the YouTuber. So we might have to watch this. I was going to get off, but now I'm interested. Some Dusty was talking about being a CEO. Got the laugh out of me with that. And see, the thing is, now I'm on YouTube. Some of them, people might recognize me and they want to hang out in a section or. And look, I'm cool with hanging out with people that are not like me in a travel situation because, whatever. But what they do is not what I do necessarily. But more power to you. I'm not going to say anything. You can do whatever you like to do. But, I don't know. It's weird. I don't want to look bad. Don't associate me with certain types of behavior. But at the same time, if I'm not doing it, don't hold me accountable because I ain't doing it. Colonized mindset. Yeah, it is unfortunate, especially at the coast. But again, like, I try not to knock people for their decisions either way. Like, if you're an attractive young lady and the guy is taking care of you in some kind of way, and a Kenyan guy can or whatever, you didn't meet the right guy, it's nasty. But I mean, what's the alternative? So I ain't telling nobody what to do. It's Coop's Corner title is I Love Two African Wives, Black Americans Poly Life, Degenerates. D-Blaze, Kikuyu Church Girl, my friend. I know some Kikuyu church girls. They're in the running. Akamba as well. I'm bringing up this video. They're young. Don't judge them. I'm not. First of all, you should judge young people. Secondly, where's their support structure telling them not to deal with the white people that is taking advantage of them? Because these guys, trust me, I've heard stories. Because I have Kenyan lady friends. Tell me weird, these guys into weird. They want to do weird stuff. They want to call you weird names. I'm keeping a PG, Did you have any reservation about buying a condo from a Chinese developer based on their reputation, especially in Kilimani? No, I don't judge them based off the nationality. There's all degrees of level, even within the Chinese developers. I have really, this is the thing, guys, 15 years of real estate experience in investing and in sales, property management, mortgages, flipping houses, etc. I could see the difference. Now the building practices are different, which I'm learning, especially a lot of concrete, high-rise apartments and stuff like that. It's a little bit different for me, but I could tell when it's crappy and not crappy, or the different levels. Passport Pookie is wild. They are Passport Pookies. Hold on. Let me find the name here. I appreciate you. Hold on. Where's it? I have to find the comment here. Sorry, guys. Coop's Corner. Oh, we about to. I love two African wives. Oh, God. Oh, no, I see even more videos. One of them has 2.9 million views. Oh, man. Are we going to do this, guys? I'm scared of what I might say. So during the week, I'm excited to talk to you guys and do this. I have so much fun. I appreciate you guys' engagement. You guys are so positive. You guys build me up and make me feel like this, because, you know, I'm talking in the screen and there's a million things I could be doing. I could be floating in my pool, but I've been enjoying this. I want to do it if I didn't enjoy it, right? So, am I sharing the wrong screen? Oh, okay. Oh, boy. Coop is cool. There's another guy I'm trying to find. Oh, boy. Okay. So, I was trying to say, I usually prepare so that I don't get out of control because I got a lot of opinions. I keep them to myself and eventually I'll let them out to some members only. But I'm a little scared about this because I don't know what, and I don't want to be shooting shots at people. Oh, boy. There's another guy. I'm trying to find it. It's the guy with the tribe in the name. There's also Elhad TV. What's this guy? Oh, no. This is a comedy because this really beautiful Kenyan lady that's in them comedy videos. This girl. Koi? Her name's Koi, I think. Don't get me in trouble. Please prepare for this. As a product of a poly family from my grandpa, you'll die early if you go poly, stressful and leads to a lot of family strife. There's a reason only the rich and nobles do it. Yeah. Well, in Kenya, I think I would be considered rich. Maybe not top 1% Kenyan rich, but I definitely am up there. Not to say that. Please prepare for this. Guys, should I do it? I'm scared. Man, who's doing stuff? Okay. First of all, his camera is dusty. Oh man, see, I can't be doing that. It's not a knock to Coop. I'm a sub of his as well. He did many videos in Kenya with this Kikuyu lady. Guys, I don't know if I can do it. How long is this? It's 26 minutes. We're gonna try. I have to doing content for real. You have to know who you are because thousands of people might see what you have to say about somebody, and that's not cool if you're just off the chain and you don't know where they come from. You know where they're coming from with whatever they're saying. But at the same time, I'd be having a lot of opinions. Okay, so I don't know. You said YOLO. I need my soundboard for that. Maybe I'll speak through the soundboard. Hopefully I can get it to not crash.
Emotional damage.
Okay, it seems to be working now. Let's hope it's still. Okay.
Let's get this party started.
Oh, God.
There's powerful niggardry at work here.
See, I didn't give you all that one. Just do it. Just a little. Just a tip. Oh. First, we got to decide if it's real. Then we got to decide what we think about it. Honestly, that's not our business. Okay. I'm going to try. Okay.
Oh, God.
Oh, I'm going to try. Oh, man. All right, let's do it.
You have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable.
There's no need for...
I'll say this lady's pretty. Okay. But his lens is needs to be wiped. Oh, God.
Any sort of jealousy or to feel like you're in competition.
So we're just used to seeing girls just walk around naked all the time. So it's just the usual. Yeah.
Just be open to the possibility and, you know what I mean, and keep pushing.
The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the interviewed and do not necessarily reflect the views of Coop's Corner. Enjoy the video.
Okay, guys, so who do we have here today? Introduce yourselves.
All right, my name is Gerard, or JBL. I go by JBL.
And I'm Maureen Wejimo.
I'm Yvonne Muna.
So like, it's nice to meet you guys. So Lamont, where are you
So these are Kikuyu ladies
from originally?
I'm originally from Detroit, Michigan. That's where I hail. And yeah, I'm from there.
What up, though?
What up, though?
What are these camera
Midwest. That's right. You from Cleveland, right?
I'm from Columbus.
Columbus. I'm sorry, Columbus. Okay. I like the Ohio State Buckeyes, man. Contrary to people's opinion, I can't stand Michigan, bro. Go green, go white.
What made you want a poly relationship?
Ultimately, what it came down to is just being honest about who I am to myself. Initially, all of my adult life, I had multiple girlfriends. From the time I like 18, 19, 20 years old or whatever, I was
That's not him.
stationed in the military. You know, it got to a point to where I had a previous marriage, it was ending, and I was courting another lady and because I was divorcing, like literally I filed the divorce papers, so on and so forth. My first marriage, my wife became Muslim, and she wanted to keep the marriage or what have you. And so because in Islam, there's a possibility to be in a polygamous situation. That's when I first was like, okay, I approached her, approached the lady that I was courting, my ex-wife, both of my ex-wives now, but either or. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. In 2010 is when I became an open polygamist. Like I was like, you know what, this is who I am. You know, I want to go ahead. I had kind of already established with the second sister, and then the first sister was with me and my wife at the time. I'm like, you know, we just had a newborn. So, you know, since that was that possibility to continue both of the relationships, you know, that's when I first really started practicing polygamy. I was like, it's better to be open about it.
So that's good. So can I ask the ladies, is this their first?
Like, why is this camera at the crotch angle?
So is this your first poly relationship?
Yeah, this is my first relationship. Yeah.
Tell us about it. Like, how do you feel about it?
At first, I was skeptical about it, and the more you're into it, the more you converse about it, you talk about it, you build trust, you get comfortable around each other and your sister wife as well. Yes.
I would assume that comfort is like a big thing. I mean, because it can get uncomfortable between two people. So 3 people, how do you deal with that?
Or more. Yeah, it gets.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'm married in the States religiously, so I'm single legally. So I don't practice bigamy legally. Okay, so there's a distinction. So, and there's a lot of trials and tribulations with it, even when all people agree. But people know each other, and they know, hey, my wife knows I'm here. I didn't have to lie and say I was on a business trip or anything like that. I've come. This is literally my 4th time since 2021. This is the shortest period of time. Each time that I've come, first time was 3 months. The second time was 2 months. 2 months, and now this is my short.
Okay, so he comes for 3 and 2 months at a time, and he gets married to 2 different ladies. I'm just listening, and I'm trying to. My BS meter is what I'm reading right, or I'm trying to see if this is even a real thing. I'm confused.
For this time, because I had just gotten a new job.
When he introduced me to Maureen, I was okay with it. I was very nervous to meet her.
She said, when I was introduced to Maureen, I was with it. Okay.
I didn't know the type of girl she was and the intentions she had with
she's blushing. That looks like real.
But I got to know her more, and now it's like we're best friends, literally. It's just amazing how that happened. But now we understand each other more than.
Well, all for kicks. Is this your picture? Where? What's your gender here? What's going on? Women are cool with stuff if you stand on business, though. You should just say from the beginning, whatever time you're on. We listen and we don't judge. I'm judging, but I'm just listening still.
Than ever.
So you said that you're friends with her now.
Yeah.
So I do things kind of differently. Like when girls get around each other, it can be a little, I don't know, like catty kind of. Yeah. So like, how do you handle that, Lamont? Because even though they're like friends, how do you handle that?
So at this point in time, you know what I'm saying, it's pretty smooth with them. In fact, it's almost like a.
See how they're looking at him? That looks real. She's got the smirk. She's worried about what he's going to say. Hit the like button. Yeah. Appreciate y'all. We lost some people. They wasn't for the poly thing. We're down to 36. But that's fine. I was going to get off anyway, so I'm just curious now.
Them versus me dynamic. That's what it is. That's what it's come to.
Really?
That's what it's come to. It's like a them versus me dynamic, which is kind of crazy.
So how far are we in here? 5 minutes. I find their behavior credible that this is a real situation. I could be wrong, but that's my intuition on 5 minutes.
Being in this type of thing, if you're really serious about it.
But my brain can't comprehend. Maybe he's the big player. I don't know. I can't comprehend how he's doing that in 2 or 3 months. Especially because the one on the left, she got some options. She's cute.
You're going to have to be a leader. There's going to be conflict, right, amongst people, right? There's going to be, and everything's going to be cool. So, you just got to keep that in mind.
You don't need this angle.
And just try to, press forward or what have you and be very mature.
You're a lady. You believe there's benefits. I think there's benefits for women in that situation just because, you got a whole nother person that's building the unit together. I see the benefit for sure. Yeah. It's like half the responsibility.
We were coming over here today. We had a little issue with getting everybody ready on time. You know what I'm saying? And I was heated mad, but I said, to myself, I said, listen, I'm just gonna let's be quiet, chill out. You know what I'm saying? There's no need to yell, scream, or anything like that. Whatever. It'll dissipate. We'll move on. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable.
You said you got to be comfortable being uncomfortable.
You do.
And I had to go through that recently, like with my girl.
Yeah.
And I'm not good with being uncomfortable. That's something I got to work on seriously.
Yeah.
I think it's all about being open-minded because we are all different people here.
Yes. So
I have to know the things that will make Maureen mad or the things that, makes Jay mad, So I think with that, over the years, we've gotten to understand each other and, what makes us
catfish picture
feel a certain type of way. I wouldn't want to make Maureen feel uncomfortable when, we are the three of us together. Maybe we are sharing a bed together or I don't something like that. So that's all I can say for now.
How long have you guys been together?
I met Yvonne on my first trip in 2021. So I was here from March to June of 2021. I met Maureen on my second trip, and that's a story you would like to.
So it's not difficult to find poly in Nairobi. I've met many women that's down for it. They really want to be taken care of and being stable. I haven't met anybody that said it was cool in Nairobi. I've done a lot of surveys. Maybe they like me too much. I don't know. That's not her pick. Yeah, oh no.
To tell that one.
So actually we met via a friend. So he was supposed to go on a date with this girl.
I do agree though, if the guy's taking care of both ladies, then it takes a lot of stress. Then even whatever expectation he has for them can be split in half. So you even have less responsibility if that's your thing. I know a lot of ladies, Kenyan ladies and guys that are children of poly though, and their grandfather or whatever will have like 50 kids, and then the family structure kind of gets messed up from the next 1 or 2 generations, because there's a lot of conflict, because there's so many kids, different families, this wife is less valued than the other one and stuff like that. I think that could get into trouble. There's no love here. Yeah, but that's the thing. I'm kind of a practical person about this stuff. Love, does it really even exist? I don't even know.
And she is my friend, and she told me, you know what? I'm going to see this guy and I'm not comfortable. Can you join me? I was like, yeah, sure. Let me that will. So
okay, so I see that a lot. I see a lot of women 2 women on a date with a guy, and from when I've been out, they tell me that they'll bring their friend on the date to make sure they're cool. Oh, on Twitch, Dark Habibi, 6 setup. Thank you. Just in the office. I've seen, especially with some Europeans, I see 2 girls with the guy. It's quite interesting. What's good, man? They say they're friends, but I'm like, dang, is he doing the thing or what?
So I went and we met up, the 3 of us, and she wasn't talking to Jay as much. So I started having conversations. We started talking and we were drinking. So in the middle of being under the influence, we started clicking, and we just talked and talked and talked for hours and hours. And
I think that was a stock photo. There was no way that was them. You think this was them? Ain't no way. That don't look like none of these people look like the people in this video.
So I'm like, all right. She's like, can I bring a friend? I'm like, oh, this is a BS right now. You know what I mean? But I said, you know what? Let me entertain it, right? I'm just going to see how this is going to roll.
Yeah, because now I feel like if you bring your friend, now I'm paying for your friend. Are they trying to just run up the night, or what's up? If you bring your friend's on the table. Okay. Yeah, I'm taking both of y'all out. They both on the table. They on the menu.
You know what I mean? And see, at the time, everybody, it was COVID time. So, we're wearing the mask, right? So, I didn't see like her full face. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, come on. Love make the world go round. It does exist. Same way a poor person asks if money even exists. When your time comes, you'll believe it. No. The world don't work on no love. I think the world runs on resources, because see what a starving person will be willing to do to someone they love. Plus, love is not enough.
And so anyway, so when we get to the place, we
honestly,
sit down.
That is some this is romanticized. I would say European, but I don't know if that's true. I actually think this weakens society, this ideology. I think that it's kind of the downfall of the West a little bit, is this, love, nah. Kenya has poly in their laws. This ain't new. Why people acting like it don't exist? They run it through women. Yeah, but I feel like modern Nairobi women are not with it.
And we take off our masks and everything, and like, bro, I was just completely mesmerized. I was like, oh my God, this girl looks so good. You know what I mean? At least for me. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, oh, okay. And like, I could feel like she was vibing me too. So we were talking, like I said, her friend wasn't really like saying too much. She was kind of in her phone, one of those type of things. But me and her was vibing. So I'm like, all right, bet. So anyway, so she was like, okay.
So I'm not cringing anymore.
Yeah, I'll walk back with you, to the gate, you know what I mean? And then that's like when she was kind of like, yo, I'm feeling you. I'm like, hey, I'm feeling you too. Like, okay, so what we go to do? You know what I mean? She gave me the scoop. Her friend already had a boyfriend. She's like, she got a boyfriend, you know what I mean? And so she's going to come up with an excuse to leave. And she was like, yo, my sister is watching my kids and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay, well, that's fine. You can leave, you know what I mean? And then, so then me and her just, spent the rest of the night together. So it went from there.
All right, so you said that night you guys spent the night together?
Yeah, it was that night.
See, that's why you can't have these that is D-Blaze, that's too much information to just be given to the internet. That's crazy.
All right. How do the dynamics work within?
And I think, yeah, that's people in your that's too much in your business to build anything, because now we're here reacting. Now people got to put. Now people embarrassed, or not.
Your relationship, are there roles, leaders, like tiers? How does it work?
So the way I practice polygyny, so
what's all
you
these
have
words?
polygamy, which basically means multiple spouses. So there's a difference. There's polygamy, which gathers is everyone. Like you have a man can have multiple wives or partners. A woman can have multiple wives or partners, right? So that's polygamy, right? Then you have polygyny, when they're specifically talking about a man with multiple women. The word for women having multiple men are polyandry. Right. So yeah, polyandry. Polyamorous is where it could go any type of way. Anything goes. Yeah, anything goes. There's V's, there's triangles, there's all these different, type of things. I guess squares. I don't know. It's what I mean. It could go multiple different ways or what have you. So what I practice is polygyny. One man, multiple women. That's the ultimate goal, is for them to be my wives, not just to be girlfriends forever. It's like, no, there is no 1, 2, 3.
His beard was
like,
gray.
There's no hierarchy amongst anybody, you know what I'm saying? Now there's certain natural things that kind of comes out. So I've been with Yvonne longer. I share more things with her sometimes, but we just recently had a discussion. All three of us had a discussion on this, the dynamics. Maureen was like, listen,
okay. Can we, okay. Let me collect my thoughts here. So he was with this lady over here. Okay, this guy was with this lady. And then they met this lady. And they convinced this lady, these two, convinced this lady to be part of this crew. Do you think one of these things is not like the other? Why? I want to know why. I guess I sound like I'm hating. That's not good. I do sound like I'm hating, though. I'm not hating. I'm just a little confused. Philly Muslims, I don't think they be getting down like that. I think they would like to.
Needs it, so I don't want to compare myself to what Yvonne is getting. If I need something, I'm gonna tell him. If Yvonne needs something, she's gonna tell him. So there's no comparison or just being jealous of, oh, Yvonne has a car, I don't have a car, so I must get a car. Just stick to your
Dante, parts of Kenya got Christianized so bad during colonization, probably went to 5%. It's coming back, though, with going back to roots movement or just the disregard of Christianity. Yeah, Christianity definitely did impact it a lot, I guess, because Kenyans are very religious. The one to the left looks like a hostage. I don't know. She looks like she's with it.
lane. If you don't need something, you don't need it. And also,
nice.
There's no, he met Yvonne first, so Yvonne is the first girlfriend, or I'm the last one, or I'm the middle one. No, we are all in this together. So yeah, we're equal. Yeah, that's all I can say.
In general,
and this room don't look like a baller room or anything. I mean, I can't really tell, but like, he got bread. What's going on? That's why I'm trying to understand.
Everyone, as long as everyone is happy from what they're getting, there's no need for any sort of jealousy or to feel like you're in competition with someone. So, yeah, that's what I can say. Like,
how does it work, like, sexually? Like, is it always you three together? Is it sometimes you shoot one of them? Do they ever go behind your back? People, listen, man. People want to know.
People want to know. Sometimes I'm with Yvonne. Sometimes I'm with Maureen. Sometimes we're with all three of us. they would have to explain. I don't know what they do on their own. I don't know what they do on their own or what have you. Our dynamic is very, very much together, you know what I mean, and comfortable or what have you.
What are the ladies going to say?
That's about as much as I can say without being explicit.
And be honest, ladies like to be honest, please.
We haven't done anything behind Jay's back. Do we hang out together? You know, we spend time together a lot, me and Maureen. Even when Jay is not in Kenya, we spend time together. We hang out together. We cook together. So of course we're close.
We what?
Are we gonna mess around a little bit? No, not really, but maybe sometimes. I wouldn't give a straight answer, but yeah.
Stop the cap.
It's like having a roommate, like a girl roommate. You know, I can wear a t-shirt and just walk around the house like that, and I'm comfortable like that. She is comfortable like that. You know, we are ladies, we are girls, and we've both been in girls' boarding school, so we're just used to seeing girls just walk around naked all the time. So it's just the usual, yeah.
So, what are your tribes, if you don't mind me asking?
We're both Kikuyu, hot Kikuyu babes, sexy Kikuyu babes.
Yeah,
I'm talking to a Kikuyu.
Yeah.
And people always say, watch out for Kikuyu women.
Yeah, they say that. Yeah.
So, have you actually seen these dynamics that people are saying actually come to fruition?
Yeah, I mean, bro, it's more than just Kikuyu women, man. Because I've dated a lot of women over the time that I've been in Kenya. They're aware of it, so I'm not hiding anything. This is not a brand new thing or what have you. So yeah, when it comes down, yes, I've Kikuyus, Ethiopians, Somalians, Luos. I won't say like one tribe is worse than the other.
That's mean.
I won't say
That's
one tribe
mean.
is like, honestly, it really just comes down to what type of woman you are. Nairobi women have a certain reputation, have a reputation, certain ones of them of, kind of, one in the fast life. You know what I mean? Using guys for money, using guys or what have you. That's a well-known thing about Nairobi women. Marines in school. Yvonne, does different things with her family. She's been helping out her.
I mean, dude's doing it. I mean, he can't really be mad. I don't. What? We need some ladies in it. Like, what's the incentive? Does this make sense to you? I don't know. I'm curious about this one, to be honest. Like, what's up?
Her parents.
There's other dudes out here. Like, I'm not dumb. So, like, how do you keep that thought from seeping in? Because that could just be negativity.
I mean, it's reality. You know what I'm saying? It's like, like I said, you can't police a woman's body. I have a different way of saying it, but that's my PC way of saying it. And at the end of the day, what somebody's going to do is what somebody's going to do is going to come to the light at some point in time. You know what I mean? Trust but verify. You know what I'm saying? But to a certain extent, you can't verify certain things, right? So 100%. Hey man, just be open to the possibility, and you know what I mean, and just just keep pushing. That's the most PC thing I can say. Keep pushing.
First, I'm gonna talk about the Kikuyu ladies. It's to be honest, just a mentality that people created and started talking about. Oh, Kikuyu ladies, Kikuyu men love money. Kikuyus love money. It's just something that Kenyans say, and it's spread out there. So even foreigners now know that, hey, Kikuyu ladies love money. Which lady doesn't love money? Even men love money nowadays. We all.
D-Blaze, that's what I'm trying to figure out. She's a cute girl. Not that this is a bad thing. Like, I guess, like, that's the thing. If you find appeal in being in a poly relationship as a woman, which I see the appeal, it's just like, it's not matching, right? Like, you ever see a couple out? This has nothing to do with poly. You just see a couple out and just be like, it don't line up. It don't line up. It's just not lining up. it's not really the poly thing. Bro does Uber. No way. Ain't no way. He must be giving him all his money.
Love money, yeah. So it's just a mentality. Kikuyu ladies, they're nice. I am nice.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, the real way of the world is if you got to be an attractive dude or you got to have a lot of money to be able to take care of these women and keep them like happy and all that kind of stuff. And I'm trying to figure out what is it that he's doing. That's what I want to know.
Ivan is nice. And it all comes down to trust. Jay trusts me, I trust Jay, and I do trust Ivan. If there's no trust in the beginning, from the beginning of the relationship, then there's always going to be doubt and doubt and doubt. So I think it all comes down to that one word, trust.
The fact that we are all in a long distance relationship, we try to communicate, consistent communication, so that, at least one partner doesn't feel like, this one is doing, something.
Dang, that's a lot of shade in this chat. Am I doing too much? I'm trying to, keep it cool. He's working 3 jobs to take care of his. Okay, but that works. Okay, so say he's working 3 jobs to be able to maintain the situation, which he can only come for 2 or 3 months at a time. Everyone's happy. That's cool. I think some of the ladies in this video would be presented with options that they may prefer. Then what?
So I try to tell him how my day was at the end of the day, talking on a regular, calling each other, video calls every day, so that at least we don't feel like he's left out on what I'm doing with my life or what he's doing with his life. So,
I mean, I will say that is like, sometimes I don't feel like hearing a girl story, especially if I'm working, I'm busy. It's cool if y'all could talk to each other about the girl stuff, because especially long distance, like, and the time difference, I'm like literally focused, and now, I can't deal with this right now.
Yeah, as Maureen said, it's all about trust.
You can't police a woman's body. She's going to do what she wants to do with it. It's hers. It's not mine. You know what I mean? And being.
Do you have any idea of how respect goes into your relationship? Because to me, that's the number one thing.
So respect. We do all respect each other, and it's definitely, they definitely give me respect. You know what I mean? Even when there was a dispute, that occurred,
tell us about
where
the dispute.
They had gotten a job and they were going out. It was a nighttime job, and I was like, hey, they told me they were going to come back at a certain time. They didn't come back at a certain time.
Dang.
They
went out and didn't come back at the right time.
I was freaking furious. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, hey, what is going on? Right?
Okay. How is everyone a catfish in everything?
You know what I mean?
This beard is gray. This is the lady on the right.
And I was blowing up, bro. I honestly, I was mad. Got to a point to where, I was about to leave.
Confused.
And then, Maureen was like, she came up to me and said, can we talk to you? Can I talk to you? Yeah. And I'm like, all right, and so they explained the case out or what have you, you know what I mean? And so, we will verify.
This is an interesting comment. I'm not. No, it's a no for me. As a married woman, it is nice to have a night of rest, recovery, and pure relaxation. Nothing wrong with a sister-wife family and unity with an honest union. Okay.
By that.
Would you? Well, you're married already. Okay. I would ask you.
I think when it comes to respect, being an African, we are taught about these things. Like when you grow up, your parents tell you, this is how you should treat a man. This is how, when a man is like this, shush. Don't start arguing with that.
Yeah, that's one of the best things about Kenya is like you don't have that lack of respect or friction or anything. So it's nice.
Guy, don't start yelling. Just give him time. Let him talk. Let him talk when now he's.
That's why I get worried about the passport pookies because you know they don't. You don't want the, and not. I'm not saying this guy is. I'm just saying like you don't want them mishandling a nice lady. That
Calm down now.
is being
That's when you can have
respectful,
a conversation. Because I wouldn't imagine like him shouting and I'd be like, oh, okay, you want to shout? Now let's shout. You know, it's going to be chaotic and no one is going to listen to the other one. Because if he's up here and.
Yeah, but see, as a Black American, that's what they used to. The shouting back and forth and arguing, that's the culture.
I'm up here, like no one is gonna listen to the other one. So I was like, let him
How
cool
reasonable.
down, and then now we can have a conversation. He's gonna be my husband. So if we start now, then what about 10 years to come? 5 years to come, you know? So yeah, there's definitely respect.
I feel like African women are very different to our American women.
Throw the shade.
So, Mr. American women.
I like this.
We were brought up to respect our husbands.
Dang, she's saying African women were brought up to respect their husband, and Black American women were not. Is it a lie though?
And to raise our children to respect, you know, the man of the house or the father. So it is different. When he's angry, I will not talk back. I will not.
Yeah, but see, I don't like them keep saying he's angry and stuff because it's a two-way street, I think. You can't, a nice, respectful Kikuyu lady, you can't be yelling at them. That's crazy. Especially if they not arguing back. That's yelling. That ain't no good. See, that's the other side that no one talks about on, you know, in the American culture, because all the guys are like, we want submissive women and all that kind of thing. Well, but then you got to treat them gently. Like what? All this they brought up yelling like a couple times.
I'll talk back. I'll keep quiet and listen, which is the right thing to do.
Oh man.
And
Ryan, I see you with a Kikuyu and a Luo wife in the future. Oh man. Do y'all know the Taita tribe?
I'll tell all the women this. Keep quiet.
I think they're cute.
And
well.
listen.
Luo's cool
and then when
too.
everything
Kikuyu.
is calm, you can both have.
What's the difference between Kamba and Kikuyu? They're hard to tell the difference for me. Kikuyus see their mothers talking back to their dad all the time. The ladies are lying. I've definitely met some Kikuyu ladies that they be talking some junk. Not crazy though. Nothing. This is why Black Americans do match with Kenyan women very well, because what we're used to dealing with here, even for like a Kenyan woman that's more outspoken, is way less. So it's like the greatest thing ever from our perspective. Maybe on a traditional Kenyan perspective, they're out of pocket, but for us, it's a lot different, you know?
Conversation and resolve the conflict. That is my advice to all the women in a relationship. Shut up.
And even if you're saying it's a lie, an American woman would never even say that. Even if they don't do it all the time, a Kenyan lady, they would never even say it. They probably, if there were Black American women in this chat right now, they would be like, oh no, girl, you got to stand up for yourself. You're going to start an internet beef, Ryan. I'm sorry. Because last week was a little contentious. I wanted to have a positive one, and now we're being toxic again. I don't know. I want to get the finances. That's
Lamont,
what come up.
as far as finances.
Oh, here we go.
How is it taking care of two other women besides your marriage back in the States?
It's
Wait,
stressful,
besides your,
you know.
he's got a marriage in the States and in Kenya. What is this guy doing? What is this life? I just want to understand.
It's stressful. You have to reach, you know, above and beyond, you know. But that's the thing about being in polygyny versus, like, you know, having side chicks.
Okay.
Right? You know, and that's why a lot of men, you know, scoff at this particular lifestyle, because, you know, you're being responsible.
Okay.
Guys want to have different women, you know, they want to have the benefit of having another woman, you know, maybe in a sexual way, right? But when you step up and say, listen, you know, I want you to become my wife, you know, I take you seriously, that's a whole different thing. Because now you're dealing with their problem. Their problems become your problem. You know what I mean? You have to come up with the answers and the solutions.
I feel you.
And sometimes, you know, it may
starting
take
to see,
me, you know.
I'm seeing, okay, so that is a really good answer by him, because if you're willing to stand up and just take all the accountability for everybody, that could be I think that would be attractive to the ladies, right? So that's making sense. I like that. I respect
having
that.
to drive, you know, Uber. You know, I drive Uber along with my regular job.
So he broke.
You know, and you know, having to come up with the way. I was like, hey.
So he broke. Okay, no disrespect, but that's a little, you know. But if he's working and driving Uber and doing all that stuff so he can take care of it's respect. But Kambas, Kikuyus, I don't know Miro. Mbas belong to Central Kenya. Yep. Bantu group. Yep. They look similar because they speak them. Yep. Kambas just don't politically align. Interesting. Okay.
Hey, you know, maybe I might have them.
And then Luo, Kalenjin, Luya is more in the west north area, right? And that's Nilotic. And then the Coast Swahili people are another group.
Money for this right now. Give me a couple of days. I've earned a decent amount of money to begin with. And so that's what has afforded me the opportunity to be able to do so. I like it. You know, to be just be really honest, it's more affordable to do it here in Africa than it would be for me to have, you know, multiple wives in the United States.
Okay.
Income here in Kenya will put me in the top 1% of earners. I'm already in the top 10% of earners back in the States. So, you know what I'm saying? So my long-term goal is actually to come and settle in Kenya. This is why I keep coming back, right? You know, I keep, you know, eventually we're going to get married. Eventually that's going to lead to, right. Yeah, exactly. Eventually we're going to get married. Eventually I'm going to get my residency. Eventually, you know, I want to have a dual citizenship eventually.
For me, that's been challenging because anyone that you deal with got to kind of wait for you to get all that stuff sorted out. And for me, I got a lot of stuff going on here, although I've been accelerating my movement, but trying to build something while you're in this transition, I have found difficult.
You know, these are things all on the horizon that I think about, that I'm, you know, working towards.
He's the GOAT.
I met Yvonne's parents already. We've already did the introduction ceremony.
Oh, he did
We're going to eventually do that with Maureen, you know, probably in the next trip or so, or what have you. You know, but again, it's taking time. You know what I mean?
So I started quite skeptical, but I like this guy. I like what he's saying. It's the responsibility part, because a lot of times with this poly stuff, we only think about the having multiple women part. We're not thinking the responsibility, but he seems to be taking that part seriously, and that's probably why he's driving an Uber to get extra income. Because that is I said that the other time, is like a guy going and above and beyond to take care of everybody, take care of his ladies in this situation. That's pretty cool. So I like that. I like
this right here.
You know, it's going to take time. It's not going to happen overnight, but yes.
My parents have never met a boyfriend.
Oh, wow.
Until you know, I was sure about Jay. I was like, yeah, this is it. I am ready to, you know, introduce the man who's going to be my husband to my parents. And
See, and the other girls nodding.
within 1 year, I think 1 year, I don't know how long.
Yeah,
I think it depends. I don't
Whatever
know.
he's doing, he's doing
just
good.
Sit down and decide. It could take 3 months. It could take 6 months, 6 years, 5 years. I don't know. But for me, we felt like, we were ready. And that's the step we took.
If you're going to be in such a relationship, don't bite more than you can chew. Because if you're planning on having multiple wives and you don't have a job, then what's the need? You're just going to strain your wallet. So just be comfortable with how you are. If you can manage 2 women, fine, settle on that. If you can manage 3 women, fine, settle on that.
I'm gonna leave this kind of content mostly to other people as far as interviewing them, but maybe.
So yeah, that's all I can say.
So any final words?
Although I'm doing, but the live, we
This
just
is a
having
serious
fun.
thing, so you have to be serious when you're going in.
So when I put out like a VOD or like a pre-recorded content, that's going to be different. The live, we just having fun, And you guys set the show. You guys brought this up. This was not on the agenda, so you guys are part of the show. Okay.
Into it, right? I don't take it lightly, and I know, and it's not for everybody. Everything isn't for everyone, and everyone isn't for everything. So just keep that in mind. I understand there's a lot of people who probably watching this and say, "Oh, this is disgusting," whatever the case may be. To each his own. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, what I find kind of crazy is that we're okay with same-sex relationships being accepted, but when we talk about polygamous,
Mike with the super chat. In my honest opinion, that poly life seems like more trouble than it's worth. Yeah, I'm trying to decide. I don't know. If it's clicking, I feel like that's cool. I don't know. I guess I'm in the middle of everything. I need to stake out some positions, huh? I don't know. I see. It looks cool, but see, the trouble is if you're doing it right, it is more trouble because now you got to be responsible for 2 ladies, Mike. Depending on how you move them, bro. It depends on you selecting them because if you got one that's always crashing out or getting into trouble, that's problematic. They're saying nice things.
Relationships, we all, this quicker to be.
But that's like picking one woman, right? You pick the wrong woman, she's gonna mess up everything anyway. Well, and vice versa if you pick a bad guy,
a frown or a scowl, people frown upon it, right, or look down upon it, and it's just hey, allow people to be what they do. I mean, this is something that's been practiced in Africa well before any of the organized religions came. You know what I mean? The fact that one in Kenya is legally a polygamy is allowed in Kenya, and this is a predominant Christian nation, not a.
Yeah, but see, Mike, I think you may be thinking with the concept of lots of problems because maybe you have a Western or American woman versus these nice Kikuyu ladies here that seem not problematic so far. Although, ladies can be ladies though at the same time. Too many emotions. Yeah, but how does it manifest, right? Are they crashing out all the time or what? Taitas are more in the coast. Yep, they are good looking, but they are way less in population. You only know a couple.
Muslim nation, a predominant Christian nation. Why? Because the tradition of polygamy goes back prior to Christianity.
For me, I'll say that a polygamous relationship is good. Ladies, think about it.
Why? Tell us
there's
why,
no need for the lies, the infidelity, all that drama. There's no need for it.
As long as I'm comfortable, the rest doesn't matter because I'm open-minded, which most of the Kenyans, you're not open-minded. Sorry to say so, but it's true. So I'm comfortable with how I am, how my life is. I'm happy. I'm in love. Yeah. So yeah, I'm in love, and yeah, that's it.
That's it. I mean, thank you guys for coming. And
Thank you for having us. Bring that chick here.
Look at the camera, Lamont. Yes, all right. That was good. Man.
Go best friend. Go there.
Don't play music. Oof. Okay. Interesting. Are you guys poly now or what? I think I don't know. Maybe that's my problem. I don't know what I want to do yet. Yeah, but that means you have to step up your game. We as Black Americans men have been raised by single mothers and have become too emotional. Let's stop being scared. Yeah, it's over. I'm sorry. If you was raised by a single mom or something, it's hard to change that. So it's going to take a generation or two to get that out of them. But it's not getting much better here because now the ladies are doing artificial insemination. They didn't even have a guy in the first place. They go into the doctor and having a kid without even meeting a guy. So, you're going to have a whole bunch of sassy men running around. That guy was cool. I liked the video. I was a little shady in the beginning. I'm light skinned. I'm sorry. But that was cool. This is definitely more members only stuff that we're going to be doing. But we'll see. Anyway, that's 4 hours, guys. I always appreciate everybody. Thanks, Mike, for the super chat. Uncle Reggie with the membership and the super chat. Appreciate you. The Plaid Unicorn member in the super chat. And suggested that video for us to watch. I appreciate you. If you're in the membership, obviously, hit me up, consultations, all that kind of stuff. I will be touching down July 6th or 7th, the time difference and all that stuff. Whatever. We had the content plan. If you missed it, you missed it. We'll talk about it some more coming up. The membership, you're going to get the early access to the videos a month early. Still planning the coast tour, Mombasa to Malindi, real estate tour on that. We're going to be bringing out content for the attorneys, taxes, accountants, immigration, all that kind of stuff. We'll be showing different properties and different price ranges. I might do some like some more lifestyle stuff. I'm trying to get my other video back that I did at Art Cafe about why you should just go to Kenya in general. That got taken down for privacy because I guess there were people in the background, didn't even notice. And so I'm trying to fight to get that video back. Shout out to Ryan for the reaction. Coop is a cool YouTuber. So is that Coop or the other guy interviewing him was Coop? But yeah, that was cool. Good live. Better to be open with it than your family. Discover your other family at your funeral. Yep. What else? What other things? Yeah, we'll see what's going on with the lifestyle stuff, but we do have a big content plan. It's going to be great. Y'all keep recommending me hang out. I don't want to be hanging out with Americans too much, to be honest. Like, show me the Kenyan YouTubers, show me the Kenyan influencers. Those are the people I want to talk to. I don't go to Kenya to hang out with Americans. I'm not going to lie. Like, it was cool. Kai is cool, and I do meet cool people, but I ain't trying to do it too much. Anyway, appreciate you guys. Let me know. Give me feedback. Hit the membership, and I'm excited. Am I coming on next week? Let me look at the calendar. I think I should be on the 29th. Yeah, around the same time. So I'll see you guys later. Appreciate you. Bye.